All right, welcome to the Larry Elder Show. I am your special guest host, Carl Jackson, filling in for the great Eldersky. The number to call in, 888-971-7243, 888-971-7243. We're coming to you live from the ReliefFactor.com studio. I'm going to start with a very, very, very unconventional story today. This, according to the Daily Caller, a customer urinates on a counter at a Dairy Queen after being told to wear a mask. Now, I can already hear some of you in the car and some of you ladies out there saying, see, I can't wait for Larry Elder to get back. This man is so juvenile. Why would he even start with a story like this? He's just so juvenile. I'm not juvenile. Your mama, by the way. Anyway, so people, here's the deal. You got to hear this story. An upset customer relieved himself on the counter at a Dairy Queen after being told by employees to wear a mask. This according to CTV News. This is in Canada. At a Dairy Queen in Port Alberni, British Columbia, an employee asked a customer to put on a mask. The urinator, I'll call him, decided, no, I'm not going to wear a mask. And then he went on to ask the employee, what are the rules? He continued, British Columbia policy says you have to observe exemptions. The man was getting frustrated. And then the employee responds, and guys, we've all dealt with this type of employee. We've seen them at the grocery store. We see them at gas stations. We've seen them at fast food places. Some boom, Shanae or boom quita, but behind the counter, just got attitude from the get-go. And now they got a little more power because the government has given them this extra sense of morality, and they just believe, man, oh man, I got all this power, I got all this authority, I have this moral authority that I can use against these people because I'm special, I'm moral, I'm righteous, and I'm smart because I know that I should wear a mask, and this idiot behind the counter who isn't wearing a mask, that's actually the more informed one, is not as moral and righteous as I am. So I want to feel good about myself, and I want to make this guy feel bad. So here's what I'm going to say to the guy standing behind the counter. Sorry, I don't want to argue with you. And they're not going to just say it all nice. Like, so you gotta pretend like Shanae is behind the counter. Sorry, I'm not going to argue with you. Just throwing the neck back and forth and all that kind of stuff. We have customers standing behind you. We want to serve them. We've all been there. And then the man decided to respond. The man proceeded to urinate right on the counter, according to the Independent, after that response. The event was posted to social media by a Facebook user whose name I won't mention. It just happened. The guy says on Facebook, it just happened at Dairy Queen in Port Alberni. A dude legit pulled down his pants and urinated on the floor because he was asked to wear a mask, the guy says. British Columbia lifted the mask mandate on July 1, but reinstated the order for all citizens in the province for citizens 12 years old and older. So this guy was tired. He was fed up. And that, by the way, that mask mandate is inside for inside most indoor spaces is how that's being carried out in British Columbia. So the guy decides to do, hey, you know what? I'm sick of this stuff. I've had enough of this stuff. A Sergeant Chris Manso said this is the first incident of this nature. Yeah, right. He continued to say, I think people should just wear their mask and be safe and be polite. Now, I know what else you guys are thinking. Whenever I go into a Dairy Queen, and listen, I like me some Dairy Queen. I go there, probably few times a year or whatever. But when I go there, I always enjoy it. Well, let me just say this. Here's what I would suggest whenever you walk into a Dairy Queen now. If they do have a mask mandate or they have something like that posted on their door, I would just make sure that they have some type of sanitizing spray and some towels just to be safe. You never know if someone else, some other Dairy Queen has experienced this type of stuff. So just to be on the safe side. But here's the legitimate story. Carl, why are you bothering with this? This is so stupid. Again, Shanae in her car, Bunquita talking about he's so juvenile. He's just so juvenile. Here's the legitimate point. People are sick and tired of being treated like babies by our politicians. People are sick and tired of these mass moralists pushing their new morality in our faces when we know that a freaking cloth diaper over our face does not work to stop a disease. People are tired of being treated like they're little children. Adults being treated like they're little children. And then little children being treated like they're lab rats in our schools. People are fed up. They're sick and tired of being preached to and shunned by brainwashed people like the lady behind the counter that doesn't do research and just follows and believes everything that a fascist Fauci or whatever her government will say in British Columbia. They're tired of that. We know that it's sadly common sense isn't prevailing. You got people worried about this when you got the world on fire. Biden literally set the world on fire in the last couple of weeks. We don't know what's going to happen with Iran, Russia, China, God forbid, Pakistan teaming up. All of these places are with nuclear capabilities. Iran more than likely is going to have nuclear capabilities. We have no idea what's going to happen. But this lady in Dairy Queen, she's worried about the mask. The owners of Dairy Queen, obviously this employee, more than likely, I'm being in part facetious because more than likely the owner is having them to follow protocol. And I get that. I get that. But what this is indicative of left-wing policies because, to be honest, this is what's happening. We all feel like we're being, how do I say it, rained on a little bit. And we're tired. We're tired. Again, the world is on fire. We got a media that won't hold our politicians accountable, that are just a part of the democratic machine, and we're fed up. We have an economy on the brink. We have a government that is constantly printing money and making our dollar weaker and weaker and weaker. So if we do go to a Dairy Queen or someplace like this, the price of a basic meal now costs what it used to cost us just a year or 18 months ago to go to a decent restaurant. Not a great one, but a decent one. And people are just getting fed up. People are just getting fed up. We're tired of the mask mandates. We're tired of the vaccine mandates when there's overwhelming evidence time and time again that says these vaccines aren't as efficacious as the fascist Faucis of the world would allow us to believe. And listen, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not against vaccines. But the fact that we don't talk about natural immunity, the fact that that isn't part of the conversation, people are just tired of being rained on. So I understand this guy's pain. We look at the border crisis. You have legal immigrants that struggle for years to pay their bill, to do things the right way. You have Cubans that have been cut off. They've been silenced. Joe Biden isn't helping them out yet. He's flying in unregistered people from Afghanistan. We don't even know whether or not they helped us. They're not being vetted properly. We have no idea. People are tired of being rained on, and I think it's stories like this that prove it. This is Carl Jackson in for Larry Elder. We'll be back in a few.
Trending now on the Dennis Prager Show.
In terms of dedication to helping America, there's no comparison between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Donald Trump really, really, really wanted to help America. Joe Biden does not. That's Biden, and that's Afghanistan, and that's the conservatives. Now Biden, which we would not have if we had a Republican president. Yes, every one of you businesses in America, you must not allow people who are not vaccinated, even if they've had COVID and are probably in a better medical position not to transmit or get the disease. Everybody has to get a vaccination. We've been lying to you, we on the left, since Roe v. Wade. People should, the government should not interfere with our bodies. It has been a total lie on the part of the left. It was a bull-ass excuse to defend abortion at any time of pregnancy. Nothing they say they mean. It is what is said by the left is said in order to further their agenda, whatever the agenda might be. They do not believe people are in control of their bodies. But in the name of safety, you can force people to do that. Canada, you can't even fly if you didn't get inoculated. Canada is not a free country. Canada does not have free speech. Canada does not have free ability to even travel.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube today. Trending now on The Mike Gallagher Show.
I would say that this is now on track, Peter, to be the largest airlift in U.S. history. And that is bringing American citizens out. It is bringing our Afghan partners out. It is bringing allies out. So no, I would not say that is anything but a success.
Okay.
As the kids would say, OMG. Yeah, we have an extensive vetting process. Sure we do. I've been to the border, lady. No, you don't. No, you don't. But again, back to Kamala Harris. There she is trying to escape this mess by hiding out in Singapore. But there are reporters there, too.
To that end, we have seen a successful drawdown of the embassy.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Dennis Prager Show.
I would like my fellow conservatives, the majority of whom wanted to leave Afghanistan, to be as intellectually honest as I demand the left is. You must say, I am for the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. If you do not say that, you are a conservative who is not being honest. You cannot say, I am for leaving Afghanistan, but I am against the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. Then you are deluding yourself, and a conservative should never do that. That should be the monopoly of the left. It's equivalent to men give birth, okay? To deny that the Taliban, that you are giving Afghanistan over to the Taliban if you leave.
A few short minutes, if you will. We're going to have Will Witt of PragerU with us. I'm excited to be able to interview and to speak with him. He's doing a phenomenal job for PragerU, and I just want to talk to him regarding some of the issues that how can high schoolers, how can college college students fight back, keep their conservative values, their Judeo-Christian values, just get some feedback from Will Witt of PragerU. So I'm really looking forward to speaking to him. Okay, something that hits local, and even more local than I thought. My buddies, American adversaries across the way, are talking about it. They came in before I started the show here today and asked if I had heard about this story, and I had already looked into it and researched it. But a Florida restaurant doesn't want pro-Biden customers after U.S. troops killed in Kabul attack. All right, so a restaurant owner in Debary, Florida. And, okay, so Debary, Florida, this is a nice little town. I'm trying to think of what it reminds me of. Okay, so there's Orlando, there's Sanford. You guys might be familiar with Sanford because that's where the whole Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman incident occurred. But Sanford has some really nice areas, and it has some poor areas like anywhere else. But it has, some really neat little. It's a really neat little town. Debary is right beyond Sanford, headed towards Daytona Beach, and it's just a nice little quaint pocket of conservative town, old school America feeling town, kind of like some of you may remember Northern Exposure back in the day. That was Alaska, is Florida, so it's a lot hotter. But you kind of get the you kind of get the drift. Just a nice, quaint American town. So a restaurant owner in Debary, Florida, says she doesn't want business from supporters of Biden. Joe Biden in the wake of the terror attack in Kabul, which killed 13 U.S. service members and dozens of Afghans. Here's what the business owner put on her door, and her name is Angie Ugarte, and she owns the Debary Diner. So she stuck this on her door. I saw a picture of the note, but the note reads, "If you voted for and continue to support and stand behind the worthless, inept, and corrupt administration currently inhabiting the White House that is complicit in the death of our servicemen and women in Afghanistan, please take your business elsewhere." Again, it's Angie Ugarte, who owns the Debary Diner. She wrote this, and she put that on a sign, posted right smack on her front door. Originally, I saw this post on Facebook. It was posted by Fox 35. Fox 35 is the a channel that I used to visit regularly, weekly, before COVID started, to give interviews there. She said it was the only thing I felt like I could do. I was just angry. I was just let down. I felt like one of those mothers or wives or sisters who were going to get that knock on the door. The left uses shame. The left uses fear to push us into wearing masks, even to push us into buying electrical vehicles that are worse for the environment than combustion engines. You know what? Why not? Why not fight a little fire with fire? Now, understand, if this person is willing to take the risk. Obviously, this is a business risk, but this person has decided, Angie Ugarte of Debary Diner has decided that this is a risk worth taking, in her opinion, because she wanted to take a stand, and she just felt helpless, if you will. And her customers have given her some mixed reactions. She said, if you really still stand behind what's allowed this to happen and the way it happened, which was unnecessary, then I really don't want to be associated with you in any way, and I certainly don't want your business. This is what she told local Fox 35. She said, I've had people come to the door and look at it and turn around and walk away. And I've had people come into the kitchen while I'm cooking and say, hey, I love your sign. So she's getting mixed reactions there. But obviously she's upset. What's that? No. You know what? That is the funny thing, Sean. The guy from a Dairy Queen has not shown up there, which is a good sign. It must mean that, that he loves this Debary Diner. And I got to tell you, after hearing this story, I'm going to patronage this diner. I got to tell you, I went to Debary. My wife was running a 4K. We got robbed in Debary. I can't believe it's the nicest town ever. Now, not at gunpoint, not at this and that. We just stupid enough. It was a beautiful park. Just you wouldn't suspect it in a million years, and just being complete and utter dummies, leaving the car door unlocked, and we got gaffled. So don't do that in Debary, but it's a nice town to visit otherwise. But she was just upset with everything that's transpired in Afghanistan, and rightfully so. You have 13 U.S. service members that are now dead because of the horrible decisions and the inept decisions, and now we know somewhat crooked decisions of the Biden administration. I mean, so people are frustrated. We know the dead range in age from 20 to 31, and they include one, the 20-year-old Marine from Wyoming, and that's Riley McCollum, who's expecting his first child in 3 weeks. And then a 22-year-old Navy corpsman who is in his last FaceTime conversation with his mother assured her that he would stay safe because, and I quote, "My guys got me." And then you guys remember, and I forget her, I believe it's Sergeant Nicole G, if I recall correctly, who said, "Man, I love my job," as she was holding a baby. So people are finding ways to fight back. People don't know what to do, but they feel like they need to do something. So the Debary Diner has taken a stand, and I'll definitely be visiting them. Let's take a couple of calls really quick here because we got Will Witt at the bottom of the hour. Let's go to Art in San Bernardino, California. Art, you've got the mic.
How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is Art in San Bernardino, not Oregon. Yeah, I hear him too. Anyways, my thought is, every morning I'm out watering my lawn, and these kids walk by my house on the way to this high school bus, and there's a few of them are wearing the mask, a big black mask, and they're dressed in dark clothes and stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking they're trying to look like I don't know, Antifa or some type of samurai, I guess. I don't know.
Right,
they're not wearing it because but it's more of a statement than anything that I'm seeing now.
Yeah, you know what? Art, I appreciate the call. I agree with you.
One more comment.
Oh, go ahead. Art, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Are you still there?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm still here. I want to make one more comment. The woman, I'm not going to mention any names, but the woman that called in was a 20-year-old that was killed over in Afghanistan that had that very nice thing to say about Biden. You played it a couple of times. I think that all you radio talk show hosts should get a hold of her, get her permission first, and use her as a bumper every day so people don't forget what happened. Because within a month, we're not even going to talk about this anymore.
Yeah, we will keep that sound bite around. I appreciate that, Art. I totally agree with you there. We only have 30 seconds. Rich in Fontana, California. Can you make it happen, or?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Rich.
I know I'm probably getting off a topic here, but, because of what's going on with everything in this new administration and the moratorium on evictions, our daughter was 5 weeks early in the hospital.
Hey, Rich, hold on. We just don't have enough time. Hold on.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Whoever in the White House decided it would be a good idea to try and get everyone out by September 11th, 2021, and thinking that would be some positive PR win for the United States should be fired, because that's a huge, huge propaganda win for the Taliban. And now it's also put us in the practical position on the ground of being entirely dependent on the largesse of the Taliban to get our people out. And I guarantee you, we're going to leave thousands of people behind. And that's unacceptable for the United States of America.
Congressman Gallagher, I'd like to point to two lies. The first lie is that we were obliged to leave by May 1. The Taliban broke the agreement at least as early as March when they attacked forward operating base Chapman and wounded 7 Americans. So they violated the agreement. We're already beyond the May 1 deadline. There is no agreement, and there is no need to go. Secondly, there's a terrorist threat. Every American who's been in Afghanistan, including you, has been under a terrorist threat whenever they have been there. We've got 6,000 of our finest Marines and the 101st Airborne. I know I don't want any of them hurt either. But what do you make of those two arguments that we've already extended the deadline and we're under a terrorist threat?
Well, of course, the Doha agreement was conditions-based, and one of the conditions was that the Taliban not allow al-Qaeda to operate from their territory, and of course they did. I believe even the UN pointed that out at one point, and if you don't think that's true, then there's evidence in the form of the fact that we've killed al-Qaeda operatives on Afghanistan soil.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Eric Metaxas Show.
This is the left, and we've heard this so many times, that the word is fluid for the Constitution. Oh, it's fluid, it changes in meaning, so there's no real specific definition. Well, that's not true. The hallmark of our Constitution is not just separation of powers, but limited specific powers. And so on the federal level, the Biden administration and the executive branch and even Congress are limited to the specific enumerated powers that are given in the United States Constitution. Our 9th and 10th Amendment reserve all powers that are not enumerated to the states and to the people. So that doesn't mean then that the states are just unlimited in their authority either. And so the federal government has absolutely no authority to tell the states what to do with respect to vaccine mandates, with respect to any of these things that infringe upon our liberty and freedom. We're no longer in a state of emergency. The state legislatures can absolutely meet, and they can determine whether or not to implement some of these things if they're even constitutional, and there's a lot of reasons that they're not, but that is a specifically legislative designation. So for these executive branch officials to say, hey, we're exercising our emergency authorization, we're going to force every individual to show a vaccine passport before they can take advantage and exercise their rights with respect to going into restaurants, gyms, hotels, all of these things, that is a violation of the separation of powers. Our government is not tyrannical. They can't just decide what's best for you and me in the interest of quote unquote public safety. But this is where, Eric, the left wants to go.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe today at rumble.com.
All right, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. This is your special guest host, Carlos Jackson, filling in for the great Eldersky. The number to call in, 888-971-7243. The stuff that Sean McConnell says in my ear sometimes, guys, pray for the man. He really needs some. Anyway, listen, welcome back to the show. Listen, on the line with me, I'm so honored and excited to have Will Witt of PragerU. Will, how you doing, man? Do we have Will?
I'm here.
Okay. Hey, Will, good to have you on the Larry Elder Show. Welcome to the program.
Hey, thank you, man. I'm great.
All right. Good. Listen, the reason why I wanted to have you on is obviously a lot of young people have gone back onto college campuses, and a lot of younger people have gone back on to high school. I thought that you would be the perfect person to have on to kind of talk to some parents and just kind of guide us through perhaps maybe some arguments or maybe some ideas that you might have for kids to stay strong and to hold on to their conservative values, perhaps their Judeo-Christian values. And one thing I'd like you to start with, if you would, is I listened to you on Prager's show, and you have a wonderful testimony, a conservative testimony. I understand you have a religious testimony or Christian testimony now, but how did you become a conservative? I just thought that was very interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a long time coming, I guess. I grew up in Colorado, and I was never a conservative. I was actually a liberal atheist. And it turned out that all of the things my mom had taught me about personal responsibility, not feeling entitled, hard work, these turned out to be conservative principles, but at the time I didn't know it. And so I went to college in Colorado at CU Boulder, which we called the People's Republic of Boulder, and I realized that everything I'd been told was a lie, and that all of these things about leftist ideology were all lies. You know, when I was in third or fourth grade, I couldn't tell you what a Republican or Democrat was or what socialism was, but I could tell you that there was racism, and I could tell you that global warming was our biggest problem, right? You get indoctrinated and brainwashed from such a young age. And so I went to college, and I was an English major, which was a pretty useless degree, and I just totally woke up to all the stuff that was going on. I mean, I was in a sociology class, which is, again, a useless class, and there's a black girl sitting next to me, and the TA, this white TA, this young lady in the class, she says, "You are oppressing this girl next to you because of the color of your skin." Right?
Wow.
And this was just wild to me. I didn't think I was oppressing anyone. This black girl kind of looks at me awkwardly like, I don't really know what's going on here. You know, like she didn't feel like she was being oppressed, and I didn't feel like I was oppressing someone. But this TA gets to come and tell me that I am. And it's like, this is how you create a victim culture in America. And so after that, I started getting very involved with groups like Turning Point USA, the Republican Party in Colorado, and then eventually finding out about PragerU, making a video for them. And long story short, they offered me a job, and I dropped out of school after 2 years to move to Los Angeles to come and work for PragerU.
Wow, that is fascinating. How do you like the difference between Colorado and California is pretty night and day, are they not?
Actually, I got to disagree with you there because Colorado is turning into California 2.0 just with some snow. Basically, everything that California is doing, Colorado says, well, I'm not going to let California do this. I want to join in on the fun. And so they do the exact same thing afterwards. So it's getting a lot worse there. I grew up there my whole life, and it's definitely turning into a much more leftist place.
So nuts. I used to want to move to Colorado so badly. I first visited there back in, I think it was 1989. I went back in, I think it was like maybe 2000, somewhere around that time. And I was like, oh, this is the place that I want to be. And I've heard stories of how it went pretty left wing, but man, that is completely insane. Okay, so I've heard you say before. You mentioned a story before where some guy came up to you wanting to be your friend after you had stood up to a teacher. And we only have 1 minute before the break, so can you stay with us until after the break, or how quickly do you need to go?
Definitely.
Okay. All right, so you mentioned a young man that didn't have the courage that you have to speak up to your teacher or professor that wanted to befriend you. Could you tell us that story in 30 seconds or less, and then we'll finish up on the other side?
Yeah, essentially I was in a political science class, and I always argued with the professors. And then one time, other conservative kid in class came up to me and said, "Hey, Will, I love what you're doing. I'm just too scared to say it. Do you want to be friends?" And I basically was like, no. And that's kind of harsh, but it's like, if you are not going to stand up for the values you believe in, then how am I going to associate you in that way or have you be someone I can count on?
We'll be back with Will Witt.
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
The Arizona Supreme Court said Tuesday that contractors hired by the state Senate to conduct the audit would not need to release the records from their review by next week. This is only a temporary delay, is what we're being told. A left-wing watchdog group, American Oversight, took its record request to the court and emerged victorious when the Arizona Court of Appeals ruled that Cyber Ninjas, the Florida-based firm leading the audit, was subject to state public records law because it was performing a core government function. Arizona President Karen Fann argued the records should not be publicly released because they're maintained by private contractors, so legislative immunity applies to the documents. It is ordered extending the stay to enable the court to fully consider the issues raised in the petition for review. American Oversight's suit is not the only one leveled against the Arizona Senate. The Phoenix-based Arizona Republic newspaper sued the chamber and Cyber Ninjas on June 30th for access to the host of audit records under the same public records law. Of course, the Arizona Republic is suing. I mean, why would they be reporting? They would be suing people to try to stop the audit. The audit results are coming out soon, despite all of these legal challenges against it. We don't know what it's going to say, but I could tell you that people are very nervous that what might be implemented from what actually might be exposed from these audit results are going to be significant, very significant. We know that there were 72,000 more mail-in ballots received than were sent out. We know that this election was interfered with in many different ways, from the Center for Technology of Civic Life, from Mark Zuckerberg's money, and many other people.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on The Mike Gallagher Show.
I would say that this is now on track, Peter, to be the largest airlift in U.S. history. And that is bringing American citizens out. It is bringing our Afghan partners out. It is bringing allies out. No, I would not say that is anything but a success.
Okay. As the kids would say, OMG. Yeah, we have an extensive vetting process. Sure we do. I've been to the border, lady. No, you don't. No, you don't. But again, back to Kamala Harris. There she is trying to escape this mess by hiding out in Singapore. But there are reporters there, too.
To that end, we have seen a successful drawdown of the embassy, and thankfully, without any American casualties. We have seen thousands of people who have been evacuated from the airport in Afghanistan, where the United States military doing very hard and difficult work.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get all those Afghans out of Afghanistan. Again, let me read the numbers to you. This was leaked, and it's on the Federalist. We've got the whole article posted at MikeOnline.com. According to this leaked information from the U.S. State Department, the evacuation numbers, within 15-hour period of time, August 23rd, midnight to 3 p.m., the United States evacuated a total of 6,916 people. Only 483 were Americans. The vast majority were Afghan.
All right, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. I am your special guest host, Carl Jackson, filling in for the great Eldersky, and I'm speaking with Will Witt of PragerU. Will, you have a book out right now. Why don't you tell us about that?
I do. Well, the book actually isn't out yet. The book comes out in 3 weeks on September 21st. The book is called How to Win Friends and Influence Enemies. It is essentially people's guide to actually change minds. Every single chapter is based on a different cultural, political topic that is relevant right now that everyone's talking about. And it's not just the facts on each one, because I don't want people to just know facts. I want them to know strategy. So it gives you actual persuasion and questions that you can ask people to change minds and influence others.
Well, I got to tell you, you fascinate me. Both you and I don't want to say her name correctly because I understand Mr. Prager was saying it incorrectly for a little bit, but so help me pronounce her name. It's Amala Ekpunobi.
Amala Ekpunobi.
Amala Ekpunobi. Both of you. When I heard you in for Prager, I didn't get to listen to the entire show, but your wisdom and her wisdom, just seriously beyond your years. So I praise God for both of you because I really believe that you guys have a ministry. I believe this is more than conservatism, if you will. I really do believe that you have a ministry. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. Okay, so you said, going back to this story where you told this kid, listen, I don't want to be your friend if you don't have the courage of your convictions, basically. Where the heck does that come from? Were you always like that?
No, I actually was not always like that. I used to be a very shy and bashful young man. But there's something important about when you hear truth, right? Imagine like if you had been lied to your whole life. Or imagine like, let's say you lived in North Korea your whole life, and then you eventually moved to America for the first time and saw it. You would be blown away by the things that you had been lied to. Your entire world would be shifted upside down. So imagine me being a liberal atheist, thinking that all of these other things were going on, and then you realize everything you were told is a lie. So when you know the truth, You are called to speak the truth. It's like, imagine if Albert Einstein, with all this great information and knowledge, never actually used it for any good, or other people, famous historical figures who knew the truth and didn't actually do anything about it. Right now in America, we need fighters. We need people who are going to stand up and fight. And if you're not going to fight, at least be someone who supports the fighters. So that's where that really came from, is that America, and especially California, which is why Larry Elder is fighting so hard, California is the way that it is because conservatives in California didn't do enough to stand up for it. They were on the sidelines and let the left get away with anything. So I think that it's time for conservatives to be those fighters and don't have to play so nice anymore.
You know, it's funny that you said what you did. Honestly, I became a Republican. Well, first off, I became a Republican because I got saved. I was living a lifestyle that was just completely godless, if you will. I would say that I was I went from going to a church, Worldwide Church of God, to just kind of being this more of a liberal and agnostic, if you will. And then I got my faith got saved. For those of you that don't understand, as a Christian, saved from the wrath of God, so we say saved. And then, I mean, that changed my heart. So I became a social conservative, but I really didn't understand politics too much beyond that. I started listening to a little talk radio, and then I read Larry Elder's book. It's a book called Stupid Black Men, believe it or not. And then, and he started to all this history about the Republican Party and blacks that I didn't know. And then the same thing happened to me. I just felt compelled to speak wherever I was and to talk about it. Did you know this? So that's a very good point. Let me ask you this. What are I was reading through an article that says the biggest threats to free speech on college campuses are self-censorship and complacency. Would you say that's true, or what have you seen on college campuses?
I think that's definitely true, but it's a mix of both. Like, I did a video a couple months ago where I went to Florida Gulf Coast University, and some of you guys who are listening might have seen this video on PragerU where I asked people, what is a woman? And it sounds like such an arbitrary thing to ask. Of course, a woman, they have a vagina, what they're born with, and like that's what a woman is. End of story. But that's not what the kids got out of it. And the kids are telling me that, you can be a woman and have testicular cancer, and there's no real definition of a woman. But you could tell by looking at their faces that they knew the truth. They knew what a woman really was. They knew what a man really was. But they're too scared of social pressures to actually say what the truth is. So, yeah, it is self-censorship because a lot of these kids are smart enough to know. I mean, this is like one thing. When I do my videos talking to people, and people in my comments and in my mentions will say, well, how do you not just laugh at these people? And it's like, well, because then I'm not going to change their minds. Most of these people are very smart people. They've just been brainwashed and indoctrinated or are too scared to speak out.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. The desire, a lot of people will go through college, maybe even high school now, because the pressure is so intense, the societal pressure, peer pressure is so intense to just capitulate to the crowd, to the community, if you will. What would you say to those people?
I would say that there is not a more important time to fight in America than now, especially with this pandemic and with the ways that we've seen government in America seize power over us. It seems like they're totally fine and not even trying to hide it anymore, like Bill de Blasio coming out and talking about, you got to give, it's been a carrot and a stick thing, now you just have to force it. And it's like government and liberalism or leftism are trying to take over this country, and it is unprecedented from anything I've ever seen in my life. And I think even talking to a lot of older people, what they've seen in their lives. And so there's never been a more important time for you to stand up and fight, because no one else is going to do it. People expect other people to just fight for them. That's not how this works. You have to be that fighter and say, I'm going to stand up for these values, even if I get canceled, even if I get ostracized. And it's like when I started out, I was scared to stand up for my values at the beginning. But now that I've done it, and I have this, to not sound too vain, I have a massive audience, and I have my book deal, and all of these other things. It's like my life is better than ever because I am standing up for the truth and being passionate about what I believe in. Your life will get better. Like what Becky at the PTA meetings thinks about you means it means nothing when compared to what God thinks about you, right? Or what actually upholding the truth is. So there are more important things out there than just your social standard.
All right. Well, I have more questions, but I don't know if you have time. Do you have a little more time to stick around, or do you need to go?
I got a little bit more time.
Okay. All right. All right, we're talking to Will Witt of PragerU. And parents, I hope you are taking this in. I hope if your teenagers are listening, you guys are taking this in. This is a good guy, Will Witt of PragerU. We'll be back.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Whoever in the White House decided it would be a good idea to try and get everyone out by September 11th, 2021, and thinking that that would be some positive PR win for the United States should be fired, because that's a huge, huge propaganda win for the Taliban. And now it's also put us in the practical position on the ground of being entirely dependent on the largesse of the Taliban to get our people out. And I guarantee you, we're going to leave thousands of people behind. And that's unacceptable for the United States of America.
Congressman Gallagher, I'd like to point to two lies. The first lie is that we were obliged to leave by May 1. The Taliban broke the agreement at least as early as March when they attacked forward operating base Chapman and wounded 7 Americans. So they violated the agreement. We're already beyond the May 1 deadline. There is no agreement, and there is no need to go. Secondly, there's a terrorist threat. Every American who's been in Afghanistan, including you, has been under a terrorist threat whenever they have been there. We've got 6,000 of our finest Marines and the 101st Airborne. I know, I don't want any of them hurt either. But what do you make of those two arguments that we've already extended the deadline and we're under a terrorist threat?
Well, of course, the Doha agreement was conditions-based, and one of the conditions was that the Taliban not allow al-Qaeda to operate from their territory, and of course they did. I believe even the UN pointed that out at one point, and if you don't think that's true, then there's evidence in the form of the fact that we've killed al-Qaeda operatives on Afghanistan soil.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Eric Metaxas Show.
This is the left, and we've heard this so many times, that the word is fluid for the Constitution. Oh, it's fluid, it changes in meaning, so there's no real specific definition. Well, that's not true. The hallmark of our Constitution is not just separation of powers, but limited specific powers. And so on the federal level, the Biden administration and the executive branch and even Congress are limited to the specific enumerated powers that are given in the United States Constitution. Our 9th and 10th Amendment reserve all powers that are not enumerated to the states and to
Hey, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. This is your special guest host, Carl Jackson. On the line with me is my guest, Will Witt of PragerU. We'll just ask some rapid-fire questions here. And then Richard, still in Fontana, California, I will get to your call. I want to make sure that I do get to your call. You've been waiting for a while. Really appreciate that. All right. Will, how do you suggest young men and women strengthen their arguments for the sake of just staying strong while they're in school?
Well, I have to give a shameless plug. First thing is to pre-order my book, How to Win Friends and Influence Enemies, anywhere where books are sold, because that book essentially is your guide to changing minds. But it's really about, this is what I tell people when they're asking about, how to get better at public speaking, is that you have to know what you know. And that sounds kind of weird, but it's like you need to be confident in the things that you are going and talking to people about. So if you are going and talking to someone about socialism or climate change, you need to put in the research beforehand so that you feel like you know it well enough that when people come with rebuttals, you can actually change minds on it. So the research is really important. And then the second thing is, don't be afraid of losing people who wouldn't like you if you had a different political opinion than them. Those aren't the types of people that you should be having as friends anyway if they wouldn't like you if you had a difference of opinion.
I think that's very important, too, and well said, particularly with younger people, because I know that can hurt a lot of people and be damaging. You mentioned that you got involved with TPUSA, eventually PragerU, but and a Republican group on your college campus, I believe. How did that help you or strengthen you? Do you recommend that for others?
Yes, I definitely recommend it. I mean, we have a student program with PragerU called Prager Force, which was what I joined, and that gave me the ability to make my video to come out to move to Los Angeles. So I recommend any young professional or student across America in high school, college to join Prager Force. And just having a community of people who you know that you can confide in and talk to about your ideas, you know, it's not an echo chamber. There are times where things like that can be an echo chamber, but these people are on college campuses or high school campuses where they don't ever get to interact with people. So they now, in a group like Prager Force, get to come and talk to people who agree with them and then strengthen their own ideas and values, know that they're not alone so that they can take that out into the real world.
All right, good stuff. Well, Will Witt of PragerU, any last closing thoughts before we skedaddle here?
Never sacrifice your values for anything or anyone, and I hope Larry Elder does it. I'm rooting for him. I feel like the only way that he'll lose is if the Democrats cheat.
All right. That's Will Witt of PragerU. Best place to find you, Will?
At the Will Witt on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, at the Will Witt. Pre-order my book, How to Win Friends and Influence Enemies, anywhere books are sold. Thank you so much, man.
All right. God bless you, Will. You take care. Richard, we are short on time. I want to get to you. If you can hold on through the break, I promise I will come back to you first thing. All right. This is Carl Jackson sitting in for Larry Elder. We're coming to you live from the ReliefFactor.com studio. Man, I feel so bad. That guy is resilient.
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Afghanistan continues to be a mess, and Americans are stranded in Afghanistan, and our government is uncertain what to do. We have some exclusive frontline updates from Afghanistan to share with you, including how private contractors and private citizens are stepping up and doing the job that our government refuses to do. And also, we're going to go into great detail all of the weapons that we have left behind in Afghanistan. And it's not just bullets and guns. It is some of the most sophisticated, top-level weaponry. We're going to get into all of that and the cost associated with it.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Larry Elder Show.
I want you to understand that we're dealing with wokesters in the White House, where the rest of the world is trying to build warriors. Our American soldiers, of no fault of their own, Our leadership is, we just have bad leadership. It's as simple as that. And our leadership is trying to build wokesters while the rest of the world is trying to build warriors, because places like China, places like Russia, perhaps now even Afghanistan, obviously they don't have the resources to do so. But these other places want to be number one, China specifically. So while they're looking to build their militaries and to strengthen their militaries, we're looking to brainwash ours. And it's a sad commentary, but I want you to understand what we're dealing with. If we can't count on the Biden-Harris administration to conduct even a safe and orderly troop withdrawal, or leave just a small residual amount of troops behind to keep the country stabilize. What else can we not count on from the Biden administration? Look at our open borders. Do you really believe that the Biden administration will be able to fix the borders, perhaps even wants to fix the borders? I don't even believe they want to fix the borders, frankly. I don't think there's any doubt about it that the vast majority of us wanted to get out of there. No one wants our soldiers to go to war in perpetuity. But I don't believe in handing our soldiers a loss. I don't believe in doing that. I believe that if we send our soldiers to war, we need to send them to war to win.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Jen Psaki, the pressure is getting to her, questioned by Peter Doocy, a famous clip already, cut number 11.
But does the president have a sense that most of the criticism is not of leaving Afghanistan, it's the way that he has ordered it to happen, by pulling the troops before getting these Americans who are now stranded? Does he have a sense of that?
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not. We are committed to bringing Americans who want to come home. We are in touch with them via phone, via text, via email, via any way that we can possibly reach Americans to.
Jake Tapper thinks they're stranded on CNN, cut number 4.
Look, I understand that people are working long hours in the White House, the National Security Council, State Department, Pentagon, and over in Kabul to get Americans out of that country. And I understand the White House wanting to reassure the nation that all Americans will ultimately be evacuated. But there are no doubt Americans who feel stranded in Afghanistan right now.
Of course there are. It's absurd for the White House, and it tells you something about Joe Biden. Britt Hume was on with our friend Guy Benson on his radio show yesterday, said this, cut number 1.
But anybody who ever heard him speak for any length of time could tell that this was not the sharpest knife in the drawer. And, he could talk forever and was famous for it. But you never had the sense that he was terribly smart. And on top of that, now he's manifestly senile. And between those two things, this is a man with very, very severe limitations who is well too old, in my opinion, to be the President of the United States.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Whoever in the White House decided it would be a good idea to try and get everyone out by September 11th, 2021, and thinking that that would be some positive PR win for the United States should be fired, because that's a huge, huge propaganda win for the Taliban. And now it's also put us in the practical position on the ground of being entirely dependent on the largesse of the Taliban to get our people out. And I guarantee you, we're going to leave thousands of people behind. And that's unacceptable for the United States of America.
Congressman Gallagher, I'd like to point to 2 lies. The first lie is that we were obliged to leave by May 1. The Taliban broke the agreement at least as early as March when they attacked forward operating base Chapman and wounded 7 Americans. So they violated the agreement. We're already beyond the May 1 deadline. There is no agreement, and there is no need to go. Secondly, there's a terrorist threat. Every American who's been in Afghanistan, including you, has been under a terrorist threat whenever they have been there. We've got 6,000 of our finest Marines and the 101st Airborne. I know I don't want any of them hurt either. But what do you make of those 2 arguments that we've already extended the deadline and we're under a terrorist threat?
Well, of course, the Doha Agreement was conditions-based, and one of the conditions was that the Taliban not allow al-Qaeda to operate from their territory, and of course they did. I believe even the UN pointed that out at one point, and if you don't think that's true, then there's evidence in the form of the fact that we've killed al-Qaeda operatives on Afghanistan soil.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com.
All right, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. The number to call in to the relieffactor.com studio is 888-971-7243, 888-971-7243. And I'll go to, let's go to Richard. Let's go ahead and start with a call, something I don't typically like doing at the top of the hour, but you had a good point and you were very patient, Richard. Thank you for holding on. Welcome to the Larry Elder Show. You've got the mic.
Yeah, thanks for listening or taking the time. It's just that, during these election times is when people start to realize who's going to do what for whom. And we were in the middle of all the elections when they were having the Congress out here in California. Our daughter was born 5 weeks early. My wife had multiple strokes in the womb. She was airlifted to the Children's Hospital of Orange County. She has a rare blood disorder, which requires blood transfusions every 24 hours. She has a VP shunt to keep the fluid from building up in her brain, and she also has a wound that they haven't been able to heal for over almost 3 years. My point being is, while we were at the hospital, we were evicted. We were never served, and even though we brought all of the papers and showing the timeline that we were there, that the process server said he had served us, so we were actually in the hospital because my daughter was having surgery to remove her central line, which went to her heart and to her jugular vein. The judge said a sick child isn't an excuse not to make your rental payment. And we were like, well, that has something to do with anything because we were served, but we weren't served. So how does that work out? And it was the judge, Joel Agron, the same judge that dismissed the case of those people in Yucaipa for having, I think it was Yucaipa, that had those kids living in a plywood house, and said that he let them go because, being poor shouldn't be a crime. But yet, we proved that we were okay, that we were there at the hospital. It didn't matter. And so then right in the middle of the trial, the judge says, I want to remind everybody that we're taking donations right now because I'm running for re-election. And I'm thinking, there's all these people in the courtroom crying. They're in fear of losing their home. They don't know what they're going to do, and we were one of them. And he's talking about his re-election.
Wow.
And so after of that, we went to... Go ahead.
No, it sounds like one of these judges that just does not apply the law equally. I have to admit that I feel for landlords and renters, it's a tough situation. But it sounds like you got in front of a judge. Obviously, the judge was scoring some cool points, but also it just sounds like a judge, unfortunately, like many judges that we have, that just don't follow the rule of law or follow the law equally. And so I'm just sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's sad because we filed an emergency stay of execution, gave them a $2,500 bond, which was equal to the rent, and the judge and the attorney for the plaintiffs still said that a sick child doesn't qualify as extreme hardship. And I couldn't understand that. We talked to Norma Torres' office and Pete Aguilar's office, who referred us to Norma Torres. And Norma Torres has all these little flyers in her office that talk about,
Rich, what it sounds like to me, and just for the sake of time, it sounds like you understand. I mean, obviously, you guys elect judges out there too. Perhaps this should be one of your missions, to find someone to replace this particular guy to get the word out. But
we want to replace everybody in California that's making everybody in California that's not a Democrat suffer like we did. We weren't an affiliate of any party. We just figured if somebody's going to take care of California, that's going to take care of our daughter, and that's all we wanted, not to lose our insurance, anything. We lost $160,000 worth of medication that the sheriff's office put out in the front yard in the heat, got contaminated. We were investigated. They thought that we, were living in our car, which we weren't. But the point I'm trying to make out of all this is that you got all these people making all these promises, and, saying they're going to stop evictions, they're going to help the homeless, all that, and they don't. And I hope that Larry Elder says, you know what, I hear your story, because we're not asking anybody for anything. We're just asking to be heard because all of us There's so many of us that have found ourselves in a situation, you're just one hospital visit away from losing everything you have, which is what happened to us. And then you find out how callous people are. They just don't care.
Well, Richard, listen, I appreciate the call. I appreciate you being out there. And listen, this is the truth of the matter. Elections have consequences. Policies have consequences. You destroy people's livelihood. You destroy people's businesses. I mean, there's an exodus of businesses too leaving California. It's not just residents who are moving from one house to the next into another state. Businesses are fleeing California. And obviously, once businesses flee, that's employment. That's income for families like Richard. And then you have these judges that are stacked on the bench, a bunch of left-wing radicals. I'm sure that's not the case in all cases, obviously. And listen, landlords have to be able to receive their money because they're probably hurting just as much as Richard. But when you have these instances where the left just create these policies that destroy people's standard of living, I can see why the guy would want some empathy and just want to be heard. Honestly, I do believe that the policies that Larry Elder would like to implement, and he can do a lot through his basically through executive orders for the most part. I think it'll bring some relief to the housing market, and he'll be addressing other issues if he is elected. So anyway, Richard, I do appreciate you calling in. Number to call in, 888-971-7243. All right, this story that I wanted to cover yesterday or touched on just a little bit. There is a United Teachers Los Angeles president, Cicely Mayart Cruz, this hat tip to Breitbart, told Los Angeles Magazine that children did not experience learning loss during the pandemic school closures because they learned the words insurrection and coup. I guess what I would ask President Cicely Mayart Cruz is, can they spell those words? Because they've been locked out of school for so long. Obviously, school is starting back for people in Los Angeles now, right, Sean? Many schools are going back. Is that okay? Okay, so school is back in this year, 2 weeks ago. But these are teacher unions for you. In an interview published Thursday, Jason McGann wrote the controversial Mayart Cruz began her discussion by, quote, issuing a series of incendiary statements that almost seem aerodynamically designed to grab headlines and infuriate critics. Here's one of the things that Mayart Cruz said. There's no such thing as learning loss. She responds when asked how her insistence of keeping LA schools mostly locked down over the last year and a half may have impacted the city's 600,000 kindergarten through 12th grade students. Okay, now that statement is dumb as all get out. Of course there's a such thing as learning loss. You don't read, you lose it. I used to be able to speak Spanish nowhere close to fluently, but I used to be able to understand a lot of Spanish, and I stopped using it for a very short period of time. I kid you not, I lost it. This is just insane. She goes on to say, our kids didn't lose anything. It's okay that our babies may not have learned all their times tables. They learned resilience. They learned survival. How did they learn resilience? You are teaching them to be victims and scared. Tell me, how is that resilience? That is the complete opposite of resilience. This lady is an absolute fool. And these are the people more and more that we are trusting our kids to in these government schools.
Trending now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
I would say that this is now on track, Peter, to be the largest airlift in U.S. history. And that is bringing American citizens out. It is bringing our Afghan partners out. It is bringing allies out. So no, I would not say that is anything but a success.
Okay. As the kids would say, OMG. Yeah, we have an extensive vetting process. Sure we do. I've been to the border, lady. No, you don't. No, you don't. But again, back to Kamala Harris. There she is trying to escape this mess by hiding out in Singapore. But there are reporters there, too.
To that end, we have seen a successful drawdown of the embassy.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Dennis Prager Show.
I would like my fellow conservatives, the majority of whom wanted to leave Afghanistan, to be as intellectually honest as I demand the left is. You must say, I am for the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. If you do not say that, you are a conservative who is not being honest. You cannot say, I am for leaving Afghanistan, but I am against the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. Then you are deluding yourself, and a conservative should never do that. That should be the monopoly of the left. It's equivalent to men give birth, okay? To deny that the Taliban, that you are giving Afghanistan over to the Taliban if you leave.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube today. Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Afghanistan continues to be a mess, and Americans are stranded in Afghanistan, and our government is uncertain what to do. We have some exclusive frontline updates from Afghanistan to share with you, including how private contractors and private citizens are stepping up and doing the job that our government refuses to do. And also, we're going to go into great detail all of the weapons that we have left behind in Afghanistan. And it's not just bullets and guns. It is some of the most sophisticated, top-level weaponry. We're going to get into all of that and the cost associated with it.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Larry Elder Show.
I want you to understand that we're dealing with wokesters in the White House, where the rest of the world is trying to build warriors. Our American soldiers, of no fault of their own, no fault of their own. Our leadership is, we just have. Our hat tip for Gatton man, Dan Crenshaw slams Pelosi for shutting down Afghanistan bill. They want no accountability, according to Representative Crenshaw. Retired Navy SEAL Representative Dan Crenshaw, Republican of Texas, ripped House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on Fox and Friends Wednesday for shutting down a bill seeking accountability from the Biden administration on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, resulting in his call for whistleblowers to come forward with the real story on the evacuation. Dan Crenshaw went on to say, leading up to this, we've tried everything we could. We tried to get the Biden administration to not engage in such a silly plan, right? We tried to prevent this from happening. That didn't work. As they followed through with it, we tried to get them to fix it. Republicans were on the House floor yesterday asking for unanimous consent that we vote on a bill that would simply demand that the administration give us a plan for getting Americans out. And by the way, do not believe it when they tell you that there are 100 or so Americans out there. There are more. Heard it time and time again from people that are staging private rescue efforts to get American citizens and allies out. The fact that these people will lie, you know what? It almost smells like this is a little bit of Biden, a little bit of Susan Rice. It has that Benghazi feel to it, except much larger. I mean, this is crazy. Like I said, according to Crenshaw, he said Republicans were on the House floor asking for unanimous consent that they vote on a bill that would simply demand the following: that the administration would give us a plan for getting Americans out, getting our equipment out, and not recognize the Taliban. And I got a story for you shortly, because they are going to they are doing everything they can to recognize Taliban, giving them Bagram Air Force Base, which the Chinese are interested in somewhat now. Basically handing over our U.S. Embassy, all of the military equipment, setting these people up to start their own government, leaving people behind, including our allies, so they can deal, the Taliban can deal with the affairs of Kabul. Oh man, this is nuts. Crenshaw went on to say there was nothing partisan about that at all, but Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats refused to even allow a vote on it. Democrats don't want any accountability. For those of you that vote Democrat, they don't even want to know what are happening to fellow Americans. And by the way, please don't believe anything the terrorists say, the Taliban say. They are terrorists. China recognizes them as terrorists. Russia recognizes them as terrorists. Biden wants to recognize them as partners. They want no accountability whatsoever, according to Crenshaw. They don't even want to fix the problem or admit that there is a problem. So now we're moving into the accountability phase that's going to be difficult because we're in the minority. Democrats in the majority. They might have some show hearings, but they really have no intention, as they've already shown, of holding this administration accountable. Why? Because they'll lose power. They'll lose power. So what if Americans die? I see a caller on the line that I'll get to. So what if they leave K-9s behind that they spend so much money on and effortlessly train, and many of our troops are attached? Who cares about any of that stuff? We got an election to win, doggone it. That's what the Democrats are saying. That's who they are. That's who these people are. Going back to this story about this Black Lives Matter union boss. A Black Lives Matter union boss. Yeah, she's really going to make kids a lot smarter. This lady goes on to say our kids don't lose anything. It's okay that our babies may not have learned their timetables. They learn resilience. They learn survival. Really? Fear, panic, depression, anxiety, all this stuff is up within children and young adults. They learned critical thinking skills. I'd like to know which ones. They know the difference between a riot and a protest. Oh, that'll really serve them well. They know the words insurrection and coup. She even went so far as to suggest darkly that learning loss is a fake crisis marketed by shadowy purveyors of clinical and classroom assessments. This isn't a teacher. This is an activist. Under Mayart Cruz, LA Mag reported teacher salaries and working conditions are no longer the sole focus of UTLA. Since she assumed her post in 2020, that peer review has been expanded to include a breathtaking range of far-flung progressive issues: racial justice, Medicare for all, the millionaire tax, financial support for undocumented families. Oh, Carl, you're not just broadcasting in California. Why should we be concerned about this? Because this is the left's goal, to make every state in this union California. By the way, electelder.com, electelder.com, electelder.com. You even got liberal columns out there now. Hey, it may not be so bad to have California will be fine if Larry Elder becomes governor. They take a couple jabs at him, but we'll get into that in the next hour. A sign that he's obviously doing well. Should you be concerned about cheating? Of course, Democrats are around, so of course you're going to be concerned about cheating. But you can do everything that they can do. You can go out there and, man, now I forget what it's called. You can, Sean, what is it called when they go out and ask for people, take people's ballot harvesting? You can go out there and ballot harvest too. You can go out there and do that. I even understand that the election may go after September 14th, God forbid. You know what? The left will try to find votes. Guess what? You can legally go find votes too. I mean, not illegally, not illegal votes, but you can find people to vote as well. So do everything they do. Do it legally, but do everything they do. Play their game. Let them see how it feels. You remember the good old days. So this lady wants racial justice. She wants Medicare for all. She wants a millionaire tax. She wants financial support for illegal aliens. She wants rental and eviction relief over the last 15 months. She wants to teach this to our kids. You guys remember the good old days when teachers used to teach us reading, writing, arithmetic. They used to teach us to be self-sufficient. They used to teach us that if we dreamed it and if we worked hard enough to achieve our goal, we could achieve anything that we wanted to in life. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. You're a perpetual victim. Additionally, in June, the UTLA announced its members will vote in September on a declaration to call for an end to the United States government's aid to Israel. You know why everyone's been asking the question, where the heck are these feminists, these radical feminists, these left-wing feminists? You know, here's why I don't respect. That's right, I said it. I don't respect these feminist organizations in America. They are fake. They are phony. Whether it's the Me Too movement, whatever they come up with, they are complete fakes and frauds. If they cared about women, they'd be flying to Afghanistan right now. It's easy. It is easy to be a feminist, a radical feminist, when there are no consequences, just accolades by a bunch of liberal elites. You're fake. You're phony. This is Carl Jackson. We'll be back.
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
How is it possible that Joe Biden let this happen? Was this intentional? Did he want our enemies to have it? It's hard to believe that incompetence could possibly let this happen. Jake Sullivan, the highly unimpressive person who's never done anything useful in his life, says we don't have a complete picture, obviously, of where every article of defense materials has gone, but certainly a fair amount of it has fallen into the hands of the Taliban. And obviously, we don't have a sense that we're going to be ready to hand it over to us at the airport. The Taliban now has the 26th largest air force in the world with 0 pilots. 600,000 weapons, 75,000 vehicles, 200 total aircraft, and $85 billion in total weapons. 110 helicopters, 60 transportation cargo airplanes, 20 light attack airplanes, and 18 intelligence, reconnaissance, and surveillance airplanes. The Taliban now has more Black Hawk helicopters than Australia. And this is all on our government. This is all on Joe Biden, who now wants praise, who says, this was a perfect withdrawal. Are you kidding me? Cut 59, Jen Psaki says that the Afghanistan effort is a success. It's on track to be the largest airlift in U.S. history.
Say that this is now on track, Peter, to be the largest airlift in U.S. history. And that is bringing American citizens out. It is bringing our Afghan partners out. It is bringing allies out. So no, I would not say that is anything but a success.
Anything but a success.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I I think this is a crisis that we haven't faced since 9/11. I think it's worse than 9/11 because we ran towards the danger and tried to save people, then now we're abandoning them. Is the president going to stick with this?
It seems like the president is doubling down. And what is shocking to me, we had a brief with Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, General Milley, et cetera, and there was very strong bipartisan pushback on the August 31st deadline. In fact, some of the strongest statements pushing back on that came from my Democratic colleagues, particularly those who are veterans who've served in Afghanistan and in uniform in other parts of the world, were very forceful in telling the administration to their face that this is a disaster. And I think there was a recognition by the administration that we can't get all of our people, let alone the thousands of SIV applicants out. And yet a few hours later, the president of the United States went on TV and doubled down on the August 31st deadline, which is completely arbitrary, or let me rather say is solely intended to get us out before September 11th, 2021. And as we've discussed before, Hugh, whoever in the White House decided it would be a good idea to try and get everyone out by September 11th, 2021, and thinking that that would be some positive PR win for the United States, should be fired, because that's a huge, huge propaganda win for the Taliban.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the
All right, so it doesn't take these radical feminists in America. There are no consequences. It doesn't take courage. Honestly, if you're a Democrat, it doesn't take courage. It's one of the reasons why I appreciate this Debary diner in Florida. It takes courage to be a conservative in America. Period. It takes courage to be a Christian. It takes courage to be a Jew, and I'm talking about people that actually practice their faith and their religion and believe and follow their convictions. That takes courage. It takes no courage whatsoever to be a feminist on the left. None. You just join the choir and you say everything that they say, and then you'll be safe. These people are complete frauds. They're complete phonies. I'm so sick of. I just don't believe they deserve the props that they get and the elevation that they get, the accolades that they get. It's just, it's just complete and utterly ridiculous to me. It takes courage to even be a woman in Afghanistan. Period. It doesn't take these ladies any courage. Or you're a Republican woman. Look how you get ostracized. You get canceled. Look at Sarah Palin. You could look at Lila Rose. I mean, just on and on. Concerned women of America. All of these, any woman that is a conservative that stands up for their beliefs, they're going to be ostracized. Well, thank God, obviously, we have a lot of strong conservatives that are showing that you can push back regardless. I mean, Candace Owens, Star Parker, you name. I mean, plenty. I'm gonna forget a lot of people's, but you know, they're all over the place. Amala Epinobia, PragerU, doing a fantastic job with Will Witt. But you're always gonna get the pushback being a conservative. But it just does not take courage to be a leftist. This lady could say anything she wants. So she talks about Israel, how we shouldn't be giving any aid to Israel because of situations in the West Bank and in Gaza, and blaming Israel for the deaths of hundreds of innocent civilians. Yet she wants to help out the Palestinian Federal Trade Union of Gaza, and she urges solidarity with them. I really wish these people could go or would go and live in these areas of the world. To see what it's really like. It's sad. She also called for defunding the police in order to free up funds to reopen schools safely. So you're gonna So you're going to defund the police. So there's no police protection, fewer cops on patrol. But somehow that's going to make schools safer. These people are not logical whatsoever. In addition to serving as the UTLA president, Meyer Cruz is the chair of the California Teachers Association Civil Rights Committee, chair of the National Education Association Black Caucus, and member of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. So that's Uncle BLM, because as she's doing, she'll do. These people are full of chatter. I mean, just they talk. I think they feel emboldened. I think they feel good about themselves by just saying crazy stuff like she said. I mean, even this reporter admitted, Jason McGann, it's almost like she was trying to say a bunch of incendiary things just for the sake of saying them, to grab headlines and to infuriate people. And I feel like this is what these people live for. They live for that quick fix of fame, that quick fix of notoriety, that quick fix of, hey, I feel like I have purpose here. Meanwhile, they're destroying lives. You've heard Larry Elder say before that I believe it's 70% or 75%. I don't remember the exact stat of black students in California are reading underneath their grade level. Yet this lady wants to defund police. She wants to worry about social justice rather than reading, writing, arithmetic. Teachers' unions everywhere are destroying our children's brains. Teachers' unions are an existential threat to critical thinking. Let's put it that way. But this lady is absolutely disgusting. I hope somehow, some way, you guys find a way to get rid of these people in this teachers union. It's just sad commentary. Right now, America is ranked, according to xbcourse.com, 38th in math scores worldwide. 38th, 24th in science. And these people are worried about social justice. We are in American decline, thanks to the Biden administration, thanks to the Democrat Party, where all they do is feel. It's emotion. There's no logic. There's no critical thinking. We are in American decline, and it's going to cause more conservatives to step up and replace these people. We'll be back in a few. All right, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. Listen, I see you guys on the line. Thomas, I'm coming to you next here. I got to share this story with you. I am taking huge risk in doing this, but I think this story is relevant to the point that I was making about women, left-wing women who don't have to really experience consequences. They can be these radical feminists in America because everyone's going to give them accolades. That no one's going to go against the grain. No one's going to speak up. No one's going to stand up. They realize this in their circles. They can say all of this nonsense, all of this radical stuff, and no one's going to hold them accountable, at least not in their circles. And then they have a media that'll help them to, elevate their points and all this kind of stuff, spotlight their points, but they don't have any real consequences. So, all right. Listen, if you're in your car with your kids or at home, I want you to temporarily clog their ears. Don't say I didn't warn you, but I want you to temporarily clog their ears. So I'm giving this story the credit to whom it deserves. All right, let me just say this. Man sews wife's genitals shut after suspecting her of having an illicit affair. The woman pleads to police not to arrest him. Yes, according to LatinTimes.com, an Indian man had allegedly crudely sewn his wife's genitals shut after suspecting her of having an extramarital relationship. However, the abused woman has pleaded to the police not to arrest her husband despite the torture she had to endure. The horrifying and brutal incident happened in Ralia village in Sringala district of Madhya Pradesh state in India. I'm sorry, I'm butchering all of these words here. A case has been filed. Oh my God. A case has been filed against the accused after his wife reported the matter. Anil Sankar, assistant superintendent of police, and Singrali said Sankar added that the suspect is currently still at large. Despite the extreme torture that she had to endure from her husband, however, the victim reportedly pleaded to the authorities not to take any stern action against him. She further requested the officers to just scold him to ensure that he doesn't repeat the act. According to police officials, the victim is currently in a stable condition and is undergoing treatment at a hospital in Singrali, reported. A couple of takeaways. One, ladies, if this man divorces his wife and you find him on the run, I wouldn't marry him. I wouldn't marry him. I'd stay clear. I'd stay clear of this guy if I were you guys. Second point, you have to be really courageous when you open up articles sent to you by Sean. So that's the anyway. Let's go to some calls. Let's go to Thomas in Concord, California. Thomas, you've got the mic. Welcome to the Larry Elder Show.
Thank you, Carl. Still laughing. My concern was, I heard President Biden say that we weren't going to leave no military men over there in Afghanistan. Well, he's wrong. He left the K-9 Corps there. He did not bring those animals back. Now, those animals are just as good as any soldier. In fact, they are protecting the soldiers. He said he brought everybody back, but he left them there. I don't understand it. I'm really upset with him. Those animals were put there for a reason. Just like the sheriff's department. They carry a K-9 in their car, and if that animal is hurt, injured, you are worse than if you assaulted the police officer. Those animals are there. He didn't bring them back. And I'm upset about all the equipment we have there. I loaded that equipment in the Port of Oakland when this war broke out. We loaded day and night. We loaded Bradleys, M1As. We never brought them back.
Did you say you loaded?
Equipment back would cost too much money. That's why they don't want to bring it back. And I believe that they're going to have another war. That's why they left the equipment there. We're going to give money to the place south of Russia, Croatia. We're going to give them $80 million for what? I can't figure this government out. This is insane.
This is.
I say, Larry Elder, Larry Elder, Larry Elder. Got to get rid of this nation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas, listen, I appreciate your call. I appreciate your passion. Yeah, listen, a lot of people. Okay, so let's be straight here. Dogs aren't humans. Okay, however, especially if you've been a dog owner like myself, and I can't imagine how they would use dogs. If I were in a war type situation, oh my Lord, I would pray that I had a dog like my Bella that passed a couple of years ago. Beyond the extensive training, the money that are spent on these dogs, you can't imagine the camaraderie that these dogs can give you. So I can't imagine the camaraderie that these warriors would have, and the connection that they would have with those dogs there. So this may sound cray-cray to somebody that perhaps doesn't own a dog or doesn't get that, but particularly not just for their safety, keeping those guys safe, but for their sanity as well. I mean, it's just a huge factor. So we leave equipment, we leave our canine soldiers behind. I'm going to get into this because we're going to fact check 9 Biden lies about his retreat from Afghanistan. And you guys remember that. It's a retreat. We didn't withdraw. Under Biden's leadership, we retreated. It's no fault of our soldiers whatsoever. As a matter of fact, there were texts sent out where soldiers were literally texting on like a secret line saying, I can't believe we're leaving Americans behind. They were mad, but they had to follow their orders. This Biden administration, they're weak. They're evil. I don't know what else to say. We'll be back in a few. Hey, I think that story...
Trending now on the Dennis Prager Show.
I would like my fellow conservatives, the majority of whom wanted to leave Afghanistan, to be as intellectually honest as I demand the left is. You must say, I am for the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. If you do not say that, you are a conservative who is not being honest. You cannot say, I am for leaving Afghanistan, but I am against the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. Then you are deluding yourself, and a conservative should never do that. That should be the monopoly of the left. It's equivalent to men give birth, okay? To deny that the Taliban, that you are giving Afghanistan over to the Taliban if you leave.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube today. Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Afghanistan continues to be a mess, and Americans are stranded in Afghanistan, and our government is uncertain what to do. We have some exclusive frontline updates from Afghanistan to share with you, including how private contractors and private citizens are stepping up and doing the job that our government refuses to do. And also, we're going to go into great detail all of the weapons that we have left behind in Afghanistan. And it's not just bullets and guns. It is some of the most sophisticated, top-level weaponry. We're going to get into all of that and the cost associated with it.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Jen Psaki, the pressure is getting to her, questioned by Peter Doocy, a famous clip already, cut number 11.
But does the president have a sense that most of the criticism is not of leaving Afghanistan, it's the way that he has ordered it to happen by pulling the troops before getting these Americans who are now stranded? Does he have a sense of that?
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not. We are committed to bringing Americans who want to come home. We are in touch with them via phone, via text, via email, via any way that we can possibly reach Americans to...
Jake Tapper thinks they're stranded on CNN, cut number 4.
Look, I understand that people are working long hours in the White House, the National Security Council, State Department, Pentagon, and over in Kabul to get Americans out of that country. And I understand the White House wanting to reassure.
All right, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. I'm your special guest host, Carl Jackson, filling in for the great Eldersky. By the way, you can find me on Facebook, Carl Jackson Radio, Twitter at Carl Jackson Show. Check out my website, carljacksonshow.com. Let's go to the lines real quick here. Let's go to Dominic in Clearwater, Florida. Dominic, you got the mic.
I know.
Hey, Dominic, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. How you doing, sir?
All right, go ahead, Dominique. I'm doing good. Thank you. You got the mic.
Thank you for your show. And I just want to tell the women of Afghanistan and the American women left in Afghanistan, when you call in, don't say, just say that you got a few pregnant men among you. They will send a whole battalion. They will send all the army they got to come and rescue you. Don't say you're a Christian, because if you do, you ain't getting out of there. Just say you got a few pregnant men. That's America we got today. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you, Dominique. Appreciate the call, man. Let's go to Jan in Cleveland, Ohio. Jan, welcome to the Larry Elder Show. You've got the mic.
Hi, Carl. You know, I'm thinking about Joe Biden. He has a smiling face, but he's got a mean soul. Those dogs that were left there, at least the soldiers that trained them should have had the option of bringing them home and even keeping them as pets. He doesn't understand. No wonder his dog bites. Joe Biden's dog bites a lot. Yes. And I just think I'm not a dog person, but I had a dog, and I understand the bond between a dog and its owner, or the person who they regard as their owner, their master.
Sure.
That's something special. That's kind of a gift from God in my estimation. And Larry mentioned something more than once about Joe Biden. And he uses his tragedies to whip up sympathy, and it was tragic, and that was terrible when his first wife was killed, and their baby daughter, and the boys, I guess, had some injuries.
Right.
But he
lied about the guy driving
the car. He would say that the man drank his lunch. He was a drunk driver. Nobody was found guilty in that accident,
right.
Jan,
just for the sake of time,
the man died and never got that resolved. I mean,
Jan, we got to go. I appreciate the call. I appreciate the call. I got the sentiment. Thank you for being out there. We'll be back on the other side. All right, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. I am your special guest host, Carl Jackson, filling in for the great Eldersky. The number to call in, 888-971-7243, 888-971-7243. Here's a list of movies that honor dogs. War Dogs of the Pacific. There's Megan Levy, War Dogs, Pride of the Army, Finding Ren 1010, Max. I think it's that Dog Jack, My Dog Skip, Always Faithful, War Dog, A Soldier's Best Friend. That sounds interesting. I think the one that I was looking for is the first one. I think it's War Dogs of the Pacific. I'm not sure. There was a movie that came out probably it's been several years now, but maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. It just looked really interesting. I wanted to see it, but I never did. Probably be worth seeing. Anyway, all right, getting back to the topics at hand. The Biden administration is going to give aid to the Taliban. That's what they're looking to do. That's what they're itching to do. I want to talk about that. Also, I want to talk about the 9 lies that Biden claimed about his retreat in Afghanistan. The man can't take any responsibility. He's not going to take any responsibility. We shouldn't count on him taking any responsibility. He's incapable of doing so. The guy has been a politician for 50 years. And I'm not talking about a politician I'm not talking about a governor where he had to be, held accountable based upon his policies and his decisions. I'm talking about a senator of Delaware where people just voted for him simply based upon name recognition. It was just the thing to do. So this guy was able to live a lavish lifestyle, be corrupt as all get out. He's never been the brightest bulb in the bunch, but he's been able to, just by staying in D.C. long enough and speaking like he's intelligent, he can't do it anymore. But at one point in time, then, he gets to become vice president. And then all of a sudden in 2020, Trump is winning everywhere, kicking butt, won the state of Florida early, won Ohio early, wrapped it up. And then we go to sleep. And then all of a sudden, Biden, who underperforms in every other state, overperforms in every swing state. It's amazing how that happened, but nonetheless, so the guy has been implemented into the White House. So it's pretty fascinating. But now what we have is this issue. Actually, a couple of things. Let me share this with you first. Did you guys hear about, now I can't find it, this folk singer? Oh, great. Anyway, there was a folk singer that was killed. The Taliban killed, I believe it was either today or yesterday. But anyway, it was a gentleman, a folk singer who was, just singing songs and trying to make people happy and joyful in the region. Oh, here it is. Had to free Beacon. Taliban executes Afghan folk singer. The Taliban executed an Afghan folk singer days after its spokesman warned inhabitants. I'm sorry. Music is forbidden in Islam. Can you imagine that? Guys, we can't imagine living like these people. We can't fathom this stuff. Think of all the joy that music gives you, the times that it takes you back to. I went through a period of time where I totally stopped listening to music. I know that it sounds crazy, but I did. I used to listen to very bad music that impacted my brain and my thoughts negatively. So I just went through a period where I was just like, all right, I'm just not going to listen to music. I did that for several years. Honestly, I just started reading up more on politics. I started using my time in that way. But I miss music. And so, now I'll go back, I'll listen to certain things just to, reminisce. And music has music has the ability to take you back places. You guys all know this. Music has the ability to just make you completely feel emotion like nothing else. Feelings of love, frustration, whatever it may be, joy. But the Taliban executed this guy. The militant group killed Fawad Andarabi on Friday at his family's farm about 60 miles north of Kabul. Okay, so it's longer than I thought. This according to the Associated Press. Members of the Taliban had visited the singer days before to search his home. And Arabi's son said his father played a bowed lute called a gaykak or gaychak, Ghaychak, and sang traditional songs about Afghanistan. He was innocent, a singer who only was entertaining people. This according to Arabi's son. His son also said they shot him in the head on the farm. Afghanistan's former Interior Minister Masood Andarabi tweeted a video on Saturday of Fawad performing, saying the Taliban brutally killed the folk singer who simply was bringing joy to this valley and its people. The singer's death comes days after a Taliban spokesman told the New York Times music will no longer be allowed in Afghanistan. Music is forbidden in Islam. Zimbuwala Majuhid said at a Wednesday briefing in the Ministry of Information and Culture in Kabul. But we're hoping that we can persuade people not to do such things instead of pressuring them. In other words, we'll shoot your family member and eventually you'll get the point. The Taliban similarly banned music during its harsh regime in the nation from 1996 to 2001. Mujahid told the Associated Press the Taliban would investigate the shooting of Andarabi, but provided no further information, meaning, hey, it's a done deal. He's dead. We're going to kill many more like him. Deal with it. This is who the Biden administration wants to work with. This is, I sound like a broken record, but this is just nuts. This is just nuts. Then there's this. By the way, if you want to call in to the ReliefFactor.com studio, the number to call in, 888-971-7243, 888-971-7243. The United States is now reportedly considering giving direct financial aid and economic assistance to the Taliban, despite international sanctions placed on the group over its material support for radical Islamic terrorism, and despite nearly 2 decades of considering the Taliban a sworn enemy. See, here's the thing. Here's what leftist Democrats don't understand. Not all Democrats, please understand. I'm not speaking about every layman and woman, but I'm talking about when it comes to the politicians oftentimes. Here's what they don't understand. You can't make peace with people who think you're the great Satan. Do you see? This is a religious belief. This is a fundamental belief. This is an ideological belief. I don't care how much money you throw at them. I don't care how nice you are to them. I don't care how much you capitulate. I don't care how accommodating you are to them. None of that matters. This is one of the reasons why I really prefer people in office that have a religious background. Whether you're Jewish, whether you're Christian, Catholic, whatever, I prefer people that have a religious background, because when you deal with foreign policy, you're going to see darkness that I believe people like these little left-wing Democrats will never pick up on. They'll never understand. You can't do foreign policy with these people when they're guided by a God, but you don't respect a God, or you don't worship a God, or you don't follow a God. It doesn't work. That's why religion is so important. That's why this America, this country is so great. Our Judeo-Christian value system strengthens us. It doesn't weaken us, and it gives us goggles to view the rest of the world, to view different people in different ways.
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
The Arizona Supreme Court said Tuesday that contractors hired by the state Senate to conduct the audit would not need to release the records from their review by next week. This is only a temporary delay, is what we're being told. A left-wing watchdog group, American Oversight, took its record request to the court and emerged victorious when the Arizona Court of Appeals ruled that Cyber Ninjas, the Florida-based firm leading the audit, was subject to state public records law because it was performing a core government function. Arizona President Karen Fann argued the records should not be publicly released because they're maintained by private contractors, so legislative immunity applies to the documents. It is ordered extending the stay to enable the court to fully consider the issues raised in the petition for review. American Oversight's suit is not the only one leveled against the Arizona Senate. The Phoenix-based Arizona Republic newspaper sued the chamber and Cyber Ninjas on June 30th for access to the host of audit records under the same public records law. Of course, the Arizona Republic is suing. I mean, why would they be reporting? They would be suing people to try to stop the audit. The audit results are coming out soon, despite all of these legal challenges against it. We don't know what it's going to say, but I could tell you that people are very nervous that what might be implemented from, what actually might be exposed from these audit results are going to be significant. Very significant. We know that there were 72,000 more mail-in ballots received than were sent out. We know that this election was interfered with in many different ways, from the Center for Technology of Civic Life, from Mark Zuckerberg's money, and many other people.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on The Mike Gallagher Show.
I would say that this is now on track, Peter, to be the largest airlift in U.S. history. And that is bringing American citizens out. It is bringing our Afghan partners out. It is bringing allies out. So no, I would not say that is anything but a success.
Okay. As the kids would say, OMG. Yeah, we have an extensive vetting process. Sure we do. I've been to the border, lady. No, you don't. No, you don't. But again, back to Kamala Harris. There she is trying to escape this mess by hiding out in Singapore. But there are reporters there, too.
To that end, we have seen a successful drawdown of the embassy, and thankfully, without any American casualties. We have seen thousands of people who have been evacuated from the airport in Afghanistan, where the United States military doing very hard and difficult work.
It's very difficult to get all those Afghans out of Afghanistan. Again, let me read the numbers to you. This was leaked, and it's on the Federalist. We've got the whole article posted at mikeonline.com. According to this leaked information from the U.S. State Department, the evacuation numbers, within 15-hour period of time, August 23rd, midnight to 3 p.m., the United States evacuated a total of 6,916 people. Only 483 were Americans. The vast majority
All right, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. The number to call in to the relieffactor.com studio is 888-971-7243, 888-971-7243. So the Biden administration, and I'm going to go to your calls shortly. I'm coming to you next, Charles in L.A. So the Biden administration is itching to give a terrorist group money. They want to give them aid despite the fact that they are terrorists. and despite the fact that they've been our enemy for 20 years, despite the fact that no one knows who blew up our 13 soldiers, they're claiming it's ISIS K or whatever. How do we know that? How do we know any of that? And I got to be honest, when it comes to radical Islamists, they're all the same. Yeah, maybe one will be a little more gruesome than the other, but they're all the same. They'll kill women. They'll kill men, period. Just like they shot this guy for any reason they feel like. They are gods in their own mind. anything they want to do. They like playing with little boys. These people, I got to tell you, they're disgusting people. I don't like using the term monsters. I hear people use the term monster, and I think we do ourselves a disservice when we use terms like that. These are people, and they're evil. This is what evil looks like when it's played out to its end. When man totally succumbs to his deranged, his own mind, his own heart, his own depravity, it looks like the Taliban. That's what evil does. That's why we have a Judeo-Christian value system. That's why it's important. All right, let's go to Charles in L.A. Charles, you got the mic. Welcome to the Larry Elder Show.
Carl, I want to talk about the racism and crime in America, but I just want to take off on what you were saying about the Afghan folk singer that was killed. That's very sad. But right here in America, some policemen were indicted for killing a black violin player named Elijah McCain. And there's a video of them not only attacking him, but attacking a vigil for him of other violin players. This police going on for no good reason. So that's right.
Okay,
here
so
in America.
wait. Okay, so wait, where was this at, and what's his name again? I'm sorry.
Elijah McCain. This was in Colorado.
Okay. Elijah McClain.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember that story. So, okay. So I'll look that up. Okay. So let me ask you. So this is what do you know the population, the percentage of black people in America?
I think about 13%.
Okay, about 13%. Do you know how many cops patrol American streets?
600,000.
Okay. Okay, so you know the stats. I don't want to speak to Elijah McClain because I have not looked at the story. I will look at the story, but I just want to be clear. Are you saying, are you comparing what blacks go through in America to what the Taliban does to people overseas? I just want to be clear.
No. I think the Taliban are far worse. I'm just making the analogy between the two musicians being killed by whoever was in charge at that time.
Okay, so you do realize this, though. You do realize this, because I got to be honest with you. You realize more whites are killed by cops than blacks, right? And I don't want to minimize Elijah McClain because, again, I have to go familiarize myself with this. But this is where I come down on this, Charles, and I want you to stay on. I don't like black people to be victims. I don't like black people to buy into narratives and group ourselves together as if we're not individuals who cannot make individual choices. And again, I'm not talking about Elijah McClain because I got to refamiliarize myself with the story. But I got to tell you, whenever I hear a black person call in about someone that was killed by a cop, it may be a dirty cop. It may be something the cop did that was absolutely wrong, but I go back to a number of 600-something thousand plus cops. I go back to the fact that the cops makes millions and millions and millions of stops literally per year. And the fact that you can tell me about an Elijah McClain, you can tell me about a case, you can tell me maybe about 2, you can tell me maybe about 10, but you can't tell me what's happened in millions and millions and millions and millions of stops. You sound like a really smart man. That should tell you that whatever this Elijah McClain...
I'll tell you about my first stop. Can I tell you about my first stop?
Okay. You can tell me about your first stop with one cop. Go ahead. You can tell me about your first stop with 2 cops?
Actually, with two cops.
At the same time? At the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was one stop. One stop with 2 cops.
Yeah, so they wanted to search me and myself in my car. And the one cop kept digging in my pocket. And I realized he was trying to plant drugs on me. And the other cop told him to leave me alone. So you had 2 white cops. And so what I'm saying is just from that example, not all cops think alike. You got good ones out there and bad ones. I happen to think most cops are good cops. But you got bad cops out there. You got cops out there that do plant drugs on people, right? And you got cops that beat people, not only blacks but whites too. And you're right, most people killed by cops are white. Most cop killers are white. What the problem I have with crime statistics is that they racialize black people. For instance, you'll hear something like, "Oh, black people are responsible for half the murders." Well, I haven't killed anybody, but I'm supposed to be responsible just because I'm black. In fact,
no. Honestly, hold on, Charles.
Let me make
Charles. Hold on. We're gonna talk. I'm not letting you go. Go. I appreciate the conversation. All right, so I'm not cutting you off. But this is an issue that I have. This is an issue that I have with people. Period. This is an issue that I have with the black community. Let me ask you this, and just be straight. Why the hell, when you hear that stat, why does it affect you? Have you been to jail? Have you been to jail?
On a traffic thing, yeah. I did my time a weekend. that was long enough for me.
Yeah, I trust me. Trust me. I feel you. Here, Charles, this is all I'm trying to convey to you. You sound like a good guy. Stop grouping yourself in. The stats are the stats. The stats aren't meant to do anything but to share stats. Literally, that's all they're meant to do.
You know who Dylan Roof is? The one that killed the people at the bottom.
Yep, I do. Yes, I do.
Well, Dylan Roof says he's never personally had a problem with anybody black. But it was the statistics that he read. These racist statistics that he read about the blacks, because we're all grouped together in these crimes. That's what made him want to pick a church.
Listen,
right? And there are
Charles,
Charles,
help me. When I talk, I need you to stop because I want to have a conversation with you. We got to go to a break. I want you to stay on. I want to have this conversation with you, but I need you to stop when I talk so we can dialogue. All right. This is Carl Jackson in for Larry Elder. We'll be back in a few.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Jen Psaki, the pressure is getting to her, questioned by Peter Doocy, a famous clip already, cut number 11.
But does the president have a sense that most of the criticism is not of leaving Afghanistan, it's the way that he has ordered it to happen by pulling the troops before getting these Americans who are now stranded? Does he have a sense of that?
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not. We are committed to bringing Americans who want to come home. We are in touch with them via phone, via text, via email, via any way that we can possibly reach Americans to.
Jake Tapper thinks they're stranded on CNN, cut number 4.
Look, I understand that people are working long hours in the White House, the National Security Council, State Department, Pentagon, and over in Kabul to get Americans out of that country. And I understand the White House wanting to reassure the nation that all Americans will ultimately be evacuated. But there are no doubt Americans who feel stranded in Afghanistan right now.
Of course there are. It's absurd for the White House, and it tells you something about Joe Biden. Britt Hume was on with our friend Guy Benson on his radio show yesterday, said this, cut number 1.
But anybody who ever heard him speak for any length of time could tell that this was not the sharpest knife in the drawer. And, he could talk forever and was famous for it. But you never had the sense that he was terribly smart. And on top of that, now he's manifestly senile. And between those two things, this is a man with very, very severe limitations who is well too old, in my opinion, to be the President of the United States.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Whoever in the White House decided it would be a good idea to try and get everyone out by September 11th, 2021, and thinking that would be some positive PR win for the United States should be fired, because that's a huge huge propaganda win for the Taliban. And now it's also put us in the practical position on the ground of being entirely dependent on the largesse of the Taliban to get our people out. And I guarantee you, we're going to leave thousands of people behind. And that's unacceptable for the United States of America.
Congressman Gallagher, I'd like to point to two lies. The first lie is that we were obliged to leave by May 1. The Taliban broke the agreement at least as early as March when they attacked forward operating base Chapman and wounded 7 Americans. So they violated the agreement. We're already beyond the May 1 deadline. There is no agreement, and there is no need to go. Secondly, there's a terrorist threat. Every American who's been in Afghanistan, including you, has been under a terrorist threat whenever they have been there. We've got 6,000 of our finest Marines and the 101st Airborne. I know I don't want any of them hurt either. But what do you make of those two arguments that we've already extended the deadline and we're under a terrorist threat?
Well, of course, the Doha agreement was conditions-based, and one of the conditions was that the Taliban not allow al-Qaeda to operate from their territory, and of course they did. I believe even the UN pointed that out at one point, and if you don't think that's true, then there's evidence in the form of the fact that we've killed al-Qaeda operatives on Afghanistan soil.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Eric Metaxas Show.
This is the left, and we've heard.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a bad one. Hey, welcome back to the Larry Elder Show. This is your special guest host, Carl Jackson, sitting in for the great Eldersky. I'm talking to my caller on the line, Charles. Let me just update you on what's going on with the Elijah McClain story as I get updated myself. A grand jury has returned a 32-count indictment against officers and paramedics involved in the death of Elijah McClain, a 23-year-old black man who was put in a chokehold by Aurora police and injected with the sedative during an August 2009 arrest. Colorado's Attorney General announced Wednesday the charges include manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. McClain's death gained widespread attention last year amid a national reckoning on police brutality and racial injustice that followed the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis in June of 2020. Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser launched an independent investigation into McClain's death, and in January announced a grand jury would determine whether the officers and paramedics involved should be charged. A local district attorney had in 2019 declined to file charges. Okay, this is okay. So you get the gist of it anyway. Okay, so all right. So Charles, let's go back to your point. So you're concerned that the stats that are shared about blacks incentivize whites to or people to just believe that all blacks are thugs or criminals or something like that?
Well, the way the stats are presented, they'll say blacks are responsible, as if the entire race is responsible, right? Okay. When in fact, less than 0.1% of 1% of blacks commit murder each year. 99.9% of us over that manage to get through the year without killing anybody. But the way you look, when you read these stats, it makes it look like, well, they actually say we're responsible, and that's just not true. Whereas white crime is individualized, like that Las Vegas shooter. Nobody says whites go out there and shoot a bunch of people, right? This guy shot 500 people, but the word white is not even mentioned.
Let me ask you, Charles. Let me ask you this: who's saying that? Who's presenting that?
Well, one of them is a lady. Actually, Larry Elder has said that himself. He's been quoted as saying that exact same quote about blacks being committing half the murders.
So stats. Okay, so that I mean. That is a stat. So why is that? I don't understand why telling the truth is
99.9% of blacks do not commit murder. So why are we lumped together just because of our skin tone? You might as well say 99% of men commit murders.
Okay,
right?
so here's the thing. Here's the thing.
We don't blame all men for every crime committed by a man.
Fair
but
point.
We do that with,
fair point.
blacks.
Fair point. But here's the thing, Charles. You know that when he's mentioning those stats, he's talking about criminals, right?
Yeah, and he's talking about less than 1/10 of the black population.
Okay, so let me listen. I'll tell the stats too, because the stats are true. Honestly, I got to be honest with you. I don't know why you would be offended on that. That's total.
Okay,
Let me ask you this. Wait, let me ask you this. So you say blacks are basically stigmatized by the stats. You just stigmatize. Hold on, please. You just stigmatized cops when you called.
No, I didn't. I gave an example
yes, you did.
of a good cop and a bad cop, right?
Charles, let's be real. Yes, you did. You just stigmatized all cops when you called. You told me to go to Elijah McClain. You told me to go to your story. So the way you presented it, you made it sound like all cops are bad. That's why I asked you the numbers, and you knew the numbers.
Well,
You're a very smart man. You're a smart man, but you stigmatize the cops. Go ahead.
I told you about a white cop that tried to plant drugs on me, and the other white cop that told him to leave me alone.
Okay. You also started off right with Elijah. So you also started off right with Elijah McClain. So you want people to understand that blacks overwhelmingly have bad experiences with cops. You want people to preface the stats with, listen, black people, the overwhelmingly amount of black people don't commit crimes like this. 99.5%. Is that your beef? We just need to preface it differently.
Exactly. There's no reason why myself or you or anybody else should be lumped together with people that commit murders just because of your skin color. Right? Okay. Nobody should. That's not fair.
Okay.
Say that about,
I agree with that point. I hope you won't lump cops together.
Group.
Charles, thanks for a good call. Appreciate you calling in. to the Larry Elder Show. Sean knows the music to play. All right, I'm going back at it with my boy Charles. Charles, I'm having a good time with you. I think it's been a good and respectful conversation. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had, and I appreciate you being respectful and honestly intelligent on your points. I do want to go back to this. I do want to go back to this, Charles. You had mentioned Dylan Roof, and you were concerned that the stats he said. Tell me if I'm wrong here, but because once Dylan Roof was, I stopped following Dylan Roof. But he said based upon the stats that he had seen, that caused him to do the crime that he did. Is that correct? Is that the gist of it?
That's what he said. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Do you believe that?
Oh yeah, because I just going on Twitter, you can read one of these articles blaming blacks for all these crimes that we as a group commit. If you read the stats, the way that they're written up, and you read the responses, and you got a lot of hatred out there being promoted by these racist stats that blame all of us for the crimes of a very small percentage.
So do the stats, when you read them, make you say, you know what, if they believe this about me, I'm going to go out and murder somebody today or steal do the stats ever have that impact on you?
No, not yet. I don't think it ever will.
Not yet.
I'm just joking on that, but
okay.
But there is a percentage of people who hear stuff and act, not only on race but other issues.
Sure, but you know why it has, and I understand your point, and it's a valid point. But in my mind, it has nothing to do with the stat. It has to do with the depravity of that person. A person is going.
In my mind, is when you blame an entire race for the actions of a very small percentage.
Who's blaming an entire? Okay, so
of doing that.
Give me a specific example. Give me a specific example of someone blaming an entire race besides Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, I already did. Larry Elder, when he says
no, he
blacks
didn't.
Are responsible.
No, all right, Charles. Now you're being unfair. Now you're being unfair. He specifically spoke about criminal, and I will tell you this: he gives his listeners enough credit to believe they're smart enough to understand he's talking about criminals. That's the respect of the matter. I think there's people that want to take stuff wrong, that want to be extra sensitive, no matter how Larry Elder said. Charles, you know what's going to happen to me? You know, if I say the vast majority, I can start off every sentence, the vast majority of blacks will never commit these crimes. And most people are saying, duh. But cops are 18 and a half times more likely to be killed by a black male than they are a white male. Those are just stats. So I can start it off with the premise that you mentioned.
Let's look at that stat. You just said 18.5%, right? Or 18 times.
Yeah,
more
but I started
likely,
off
right?
with your premise. So don't I get any kudos?
Okay, well let's break it down. You said 18 times more likely, right?
Yep.
Okay, so last year about 60 cops in total were killed. About 60 cops in total out of 600,000.
Okay.
And so when you mention that, so we're talking about, with that few of cops, we're talking about a very, very small fraction of 1% of people, of Americans of any color, kill cops, right? Very infinitesimal percentage. But then you say 18 times more likely. That's what promotes the racism. You're taking a small
That's not
fraction
now.
of
Come
1%,
on, wait. Now you jump. Now you went a bridge too far. Now you went a bridge too far. That isn't racism. That may be perceived racism. That may be how you're taking it. But stating facts is not racism. So let's not jump the shark. Let's not jump the shark now.
Let's say this: if you agree that the percentage of blacks and whites is a small fraction of 1%, then the difference between the two is a small fraction of 1%. You agree with that?
let me ask you this. I got to be honest with you. I just spaced out for a sec because I sat here thinking, Charles, why aren't you mad at blacks killing other blacks? I don't care if it's one. Hold on for just a second. Hold on for just a second. Hold on for just a second. So this issue is about the perception, and I get it. I think you're making a valid point. I get it. All right. You've convicted me. I'm going to start with the preface. Not all blacks. I don't even feel like that needs to be done because I respect my audience enough to realize that they're smarter than that.
But
I do think because I lived in LA, I lived in the hood. I'm tired of people dying for the color of a freaking crayon and nobody having the courage to speak up about it. Those stats may be small, but it doesn't mean they're not large in number. In this particular case with cops, okay. All right, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's talk about the black on black crime. All right. And so that's most.
All right,
most
1 minute,
crime,
so you got to make it quick here.
Yeah. Okay, most crime is same race. 90% of whites, 90% of blacks. The murders are the same race, mostly against people they know. Too often against family members. That's 90% of the crime. All right. Now, one of the big problems
but you didn't mention the rate. You know, there's a
I just did. I said 90%.
No. That's the percentage between each race, but the rate is totally different. Blacks kill blacks. Yeah, you're right that percentage-wise, whites kill more whites, blacks kill more blacks. You're right about that. But the rate in which they kill blacks exceed that. That's not saying all blacks are murderers. But those particular blacks that kill.
When you're talking,
all right, we got
again.
Go ahead.
Okay, again, when you're talking about the rate, you're talking about less than 1/10 of 1% of the black or white population. So the difference, the rate, as you say, is less than 1/10 of the population. Less than one.
Hey, Charles, for the sake of time, for the sake of time, I gotta go. But I hope you'll call back. And I hope you'll.
Hey, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that music and those companies that promote black on black crime. Let's talk about that.
Call back.
Can we do that one day?
Call back.
All
right. Pure Talk USA. Last month, an absolute landslide of you made the switch to Pure Talk. You were chained to overpriced, unlimited plans from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. Then finally decided to make the switch because you know that Pure Talk saves an average family over $800 a year without having to sacrifice coverage. Friends, if you haven't yet made the switch to Pure Talk, this is the easiest decision you'll make today. You can keep your phone, keep your number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. Get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. Or if you still want unlimited data, you can get that and still save a fortune. Experience why Pure Talk is the highest rated wireless company by Consumer Affairs, whether the preferred wireless partner of AMAC. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say Larry Elder, and you'll save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, say Larry Elder. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
You know, General McMaster and Secretary Esper are blaming you for the Doha agreement. They're saying that you empowered them. What do you make of these criticisms from General McMaster, who was your second national security advisor, and Secretary Esper?
Yeah, these are two guys. You know, I had great people in my administration, but those two were stiffs. McMaster was not a smart guy. All he liked doing was talking to the press, and I rarely listened to him, and then ultimately fired him. And Jesper, I called him Jesper because all he did was say yes. Jesper was like a little boy. All he did was say yes. No matter what you asked him, he was a lightweight. And honestly, should not have been in that position. We were rushed because there was a difficulty with a good man who was in there prior to him. He had some family difficulty. And I gave Jesper a try. and put him in there for a short period of time. He didn't have what it takes. The men didn't respond. The men and women, the people within the military, did not respect him. And McMaster, all he did was like to write things and write books and complain, and he wasn't a smart person. Just so you understand, they're complaining about the agreement that I just talked about with you, which had strong conditions. And when the reason, as an example, I wanted to be out as soon as possible. We had to get out strong with all our equipment and no death. The reason nobody was killed in the last 18 months was because of what we did. Beyond the agreement was because of the relationship I developed with the leaders,
With
and
Abdul.
in particular with Abdul.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Eric Metaxas Show.
This is the left, and we've heard this so many times, that the word is fluid for the Constitution. Oh, it's fluid, it changes.
Interesting conversation. So I enjoyed it. Just real quick, and then I want to take a couple of your calls before we get out of here. But unfortunately, it can't be as long as Charles. All right. But Jake Sullivan says there's an important dimension of humanitarian assistance. Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor for Biden, it looks like they are literally looking to give money to a terrorist organization. This is sick and twisted. This is going to go down, this administration, if not as the worst, one of the worst administrations in American history. I mean, some guy the other day called and said, give them some time to do what? Negotiate with the Taliban, keep printing money so inflation is higher, driving up the prices of commodities, food, gas, you name it. Give them time to do what? Destroy the country? It makes no sense. But we'll follow up with this tomorrow. Let me take a couple of quick calls. We have Leonard in Spring, Texas. Leonard, you got the mic, but I'm sorry, you've only got a minute, and then we'll go to Carol next. I apologize. I didn't expect that call to last so long. Go ahead, Leonard. Leonard, are you there? Leonard in Spring, Texas? Okay, let's go to Carol, and then we'll see if Leonard comes back. All right, we've got Carol in New Jersey. Carol, welcome to the Larry Elder Show. You've got the mic.
Hey there. I just want to give out a shout out to the great Eldersky, of course. I'm absolutely outraged that folk singer was killed. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's a scary thought. I mean, just imagine that he was free to do that. Now, it's not Muslims, but it's Islamists, and there is a difference. You have these fundamental Islamists.
It was
you
the
have
Taliban,
these terror.
right?
Yeah, it is the Taliban,
Yeah.
so it's specifically the Taliban. But can you
They
just
don't
imagine,
believe in
Carol?
music.
Yeah, they don't believe in music. So this is what
I have a cousin that's a professional musician, and guess what? His last name is Jackson. He's from England. He's British.
I'm sorry.
His last name is Jackson. I would be devastated if anything ever happened to my cousin.
Well,
really?
Thank God he doesn't live in Kabul, Afghanistan right now. But this is the way Islamists are. I mean, they don't appreciate music. They don't appreciate women. And now you have the Biden administration that wants to fund the murderers, that wants to fund the rapists. How sick is this, folks? I'm sorry. You voted for Biden. You made a huge mistake. You made a huge mistake. Hey, electelder.com, electelder.com, electelder.com. This is Carl Jackson sitting in for the great Eldersky. Until tomorrow, don't grow weary doing good, and God bless you.
And you don't
Let me know
get in
if
your car and drive on I-95 5 hours to get to Kabul
None
Airport.
of this show
These
contains
people are not going to get out.
pre-recorded material.
They are not going to be rescued. There's just a handful of them at each place. And when we say, well, the Taliban,
I have
we're
no
counting
idea
on
why
the
that's
Taliban,
inserted.
you cannot
It is
predict
the essence of
what
absurdity.
some 25-year-old
A bored lawyer
hopped-up
decided
kid
to
and
do it. That
everybody
is
in
my theory.
Afghanistan has a gun. What
All
they're
right,
gonna do
everybody,
to
welcome to the Dennis
Americans who are
Prager
at
Show.
school down the street
Good to
trying
be
to make
back.
their
I
way
was
to
in
Kabul Airport.
I was in
That's
Chicago
why-
for the
Joey's
cigar
right.
night.
I really am struck with because the words are all very carefully chosen. They
And
always
then
keep
I
saying,
went to
Americans
Pennsylvania.
who want to leave. And
Actually,
I think
not
they're gonna
Philly,
get to the
not
point to say,
Pittsburgh,
well, if they didn't show up
but
at Kabul
the,
Airport, clearly they didn't want to leave.
Berks
And so
County
they're going to
is
have
what
that
it's
excuse of why
called.
they left people behind.
Amish country is there.
And Joe, you're in the center
and
seat today for a reason, as
I was
always,
visiting
but
my
this
youngest
time
son
because you really are
and
the
his
center of the spokes
fiancée,
in the wheel here. I want to come back
want
on
to
this
share with
point
you
of intent, and I want to tie that
observations
to
that
what KT McFarland is
run
saying,
deep
just
in
in
me.
terms of our
I have
responsibility to
always
get everybody
believed
out with the
what I'm
date
about to
certain
tell
of
you.
August 31st. Publicly, the
But
Taliban have
like
said
many
that there will be
beliefs in
consequences
life,
if we
there
stay
comes
beyond that
a
date.
time when
So what Pete Hegseth and I were talking about
feel
last
it
hour is that means you got to
as
start
well
to get
as
your
know
people
it.
out around August
There's
28th
sort of
because
two
it's going to
types
take you
of
2 or 3 days to get all
knowledge
those
in
troops
life,
up off
isn't
the
it?
ground and back in the air.
Intellectual.
So
And
what
I
is
don't know
the
if it's
Pentagon? What is the
emotional,
president's intent to tell us
but
that
it's
they
not
are
purely
in charge of what date
intellectual.
we leave? Because we know that
say
can't
it's in your
possibly
gut,
be
but
true.
that
They'd be wrapping up the carpets now.
I think what we have is an
And
overabundance of smoke
in
signals,
this
saying one
case,
thing, doing
it
another,
is
saying one thing, meaning another. I think the ultimate
how much
intent
damage
there is to not
cities
signal to the Taliban that they're going to stay past the
civilization.
31st, but they presume they will. That's what I
We
read
have
out
been
of it.
propagandized
You
to
know,
believe that cities are the
Taliban
glory
know?
of civilization.
They see
Paris,
us on the ground. They
London,
see it
New York.
taking days for us to put even approaching 7,000 people
And
there.
they're
I think that for the first time,
artistically,
I'm proud
there
of
are
a core
glories
of
in the big
press
cities.
that sit there at the Pentagon and ask tough questions regardless of what outlet they are.
The Louvre is not
And
in
if they
rural
think they're smarter
France.
than those
The Eiffel
people,
Tower is
they
not
probably
in rural
think they're smarter than
France.
Taliban, and they're probably not really
All the
smarter in their
museums
words
of
right
New
now
York
than
City
any of us.
Wow. Kaylee.
are
Yeah,
not to be found
to the
in
Pentagon press corps.
rural
The
America,
questions
let's
they've
say.
been asking are in depth, are smart,
The
are
great
the types of things
orchestras
the
are
American
located
people
in
want and
bigger
deserve to know.
communities,
So
generally
hats off to
speaking.
Jennifer Griffin and the rest of that press corps doing a
So,
fantastic job
with
trying
regard
to
to
get
the
answers,
arts, the
Harris.
cities
But we're
have
not
made
getting
a
answers.
significant
The only thing that
contribution.
we've learned out of all of this is that the Biden
With
White House
regard
is really
to
bad at numbers.
morality,
They cannot give us an inventory of the equipment.
They haven't.
They cannot give us a count of the number of people who
With
have
regard
died
to
at the airport
the
in
basic
Kabul. Remember
values
last week it was people hanging from
of
planes.
human,
This week people getting
intercourse.
trampled, and they can't
They
give
haven't.
us a number, and then they can't give
As
us
a
the number
general
of
rule,
Americans
I
stranded in
have
Afghanistan,
always believed
or they can't give us the
people are
number of
meaner
Al
the
Qaeda.
bigger the
Remember, Joe
city.
Biden said it was 0, but in fact,
Are there nice
it's far
people
more
in
than
big
0. They
cities
don't have a
and
number, but the one thing they can tell
bad
us
people in
is that our
rural areas?
intelligence
Of course.
capacity is
But
vastly
if you cannot
diminished
make a
because the number of
generalization,
troops on the ground
then you
there
cannot
is no
see
longer.
patterns
What
in
a
life.
scary scenario when you have a White House without facts and
People
an
are
intelligence
nicer
capacity that is diminished.
in smaller
Well, they could
areas
just tell us they
than they
don't
are in
have
big
it.
cities.
Right? I
They
mean,
just don't.
you heard Admiral Kirby saying, well, let's just say
The
thousands.
rudeness of-
Then let's
of-
not say
of
anything if you
folks in
don't
New York
really
City
know. I do want to
is
get
a
to this,
function
and
of
then
New York
Miranda,
City.
I'm coming to you. I'm going to ask our
Would
team
they be nicer if
to
they
play
moved
out the
to
section
Berks County,
where
Pennsylvania?
they were talking about that
I think they
timeline,
would
in
over the
fact, at the
course
news
of a
conference.
lifetime.
Do we have
Take a
it
long
with the
time,
Pentagon
but I
spokesperson?
think it would happen. I have always believed
Then let's go to the part where they were talking about the numbers, and
now I am
you know,
certain
they
of it.
got into
And
how are you
for what
deliberately
it's worth,
trying
and for
to
me it's worth
be
everything,
vague.
that is exactly the Bible's
You
view
to check
of
the
the
number.
city.
I mean, that's the most important
Those
number.
of you
here,
who
the number
have
of Americans.
studied
So if it's just a matter of checking the number,
in Genesis, I know.
Give it to us, or if you're being deliberately vague, tell me why you're being deliberately vague.
I think I'm just going to leave it at several thousand right now, Dave.
Tower of Babel is mentioned.
Because I think
every time
the number is very fluid, and it
unless you went to college,
changes
you
nearly
probably
by
know
the hour.
It's not more fluid than these 11,000, 37,000.
The people gathered, united to build a building a tower that would reach the heavens
obfuscation and vagueness
in order
that we've
to
had
make a
from
name
day
for
one, and
themselves.
it's
That's actually
inexplicable,
the way
really.
it's described.
Yesterday,
By the way,
we
nothing's
saw
changed.
the president give
Cities
us a whole
compete for the
ream
most
of
idiotic title
teleprompter
possible,
statistics,
tallest building in the world.
but nowhere
I
in
cannot
there were
think
the
of a
number
single
of
less
Americans that were
significant
evacuated. Now, that is a number that they do
achievement.
know, obviously.
My
and,
city,
I'm
it's
assuming
truly,
that it's a very small
I have to say,
percentage
it's
of the
almost
overall
phallic.
number. They're saying 28,000
My
were
city has a
evacuated
bigger
as of
building
yesterday.
than your city.
And that was a
what a
mixture
man.
of military aircraft, civilian charter flights, and also NATO allies.
And yet,
but of those, they
in
must
the modern
know how
age,
many
there
Americans.
is
And
no
then,
diminution
you know,
in the primitiveness of human
messaging
beings.
has been a complete disaster from day one.
Wherein
and at least from the
building
Pentagon,
the
they're giving
biggest
regular updates and, you know, within the constraints that
But every
have been
time
placed
the
on them by
Bible
the White
mentions
House are trying to answer questions. But
the Tower of
you know,
Babel,
from the State
it
Department,
says,
from Anthony
and the
Blinken,
city
from Jake Sullivan,
attached to
you just get mixed
And the
messages,
city,
total
and the city,
disinformation,
and the
and
city.
from the president as well. And you know, they're trying so desperately to
And
spin the
anybody who's
narrative.
ever
They've
commented
forgotten
on it
that they need to
has noted
be
that
straight
there
with
is
the
a
American
biblical view
people.
of the city
And you know, from the start, and the president missed this
troublemaker.
opportunity yesterday. What the metric should have been: we are going to get out X thousand American citizens of ours that are there, and any other allies that we can,
to the
and
extent
not
that it
put a
matters if
timeline
people
date
act
on it.
civilly
Just
toward
say
one another, I
we'll
think
be
it
out
matters
as
a
soon as
great
we've
deal.
got out X thousand of
You
our
will get less
people.
civil
Well,
behavior
look,
in big cities. So I was thinking, and it's not only micro, it's macro. The crappiest values come from cities as a general rule. If you believe that the left is destroying the country, and unless you're a leftist, you know that's true. If it weren't for big cities, there would be no left. You realize that? So I was thinking about it in Pennsylvania. If you go outside of Philly, outside of Philadelphia, you might as well be in Idaho, Wyoming, parts of Florida, et cetera, et cetera. There is an affirmation of tradition, of veneration of the country, people having God We Trust on their bumper stickers, as I saw. This is only 90 minutes outside of Philadelphia. Philadelphia ruins Pennsylvania. Los Angeles and San Francisco ruin California. And just go down your list. New York City ruins New York State.
New York State.
I said that.
It's New York City twice.
I did?
Yeah, but it's okay.
Oh, okay. No, it's not okay. So thank you. It's okay in the larger sense that I don't deserve 39 lashes. No. A slip of the tongue is not the same as reading the wrong thing. You should go into the punishment, but I'm not sending you there. No, come back. Think about the role of big cities in ruining this country. Voting-wise, idea-wise. So, I don't have a solution. There's a part of me that wishes all the big cities in the country, the 10 biggest cities, made their own country. And they would have enormous wealth, banking institutions, phenomenal museums, great orchestras. They'd have, I'm willing to forego all of those things to get rid of the sick ideas that come from cities. And to be with the nice people who don't live in the big cities. 1-8-PRAGER-776. 877-243-7776. How do you resonate to that? And it's interesting, isn't it, that it was already foreseen in Genesis.
Sound like Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson had this view?
So did
That's right, now that you mention it. And so did who?
George Washington and
George Washington?
James Madison.
And James Madison. I'm in good company. 1-8-PRAGER 776-877-243 776. Imagine your state without its two biggest cities. Would it be a worse place or a better place? Yeah, that's a fair question. I'm Dennis Prager. We return momentarily.
The Dennis Prager Show, live.
Don't you get tired of commercials screaming at you to buy gold now with inflated promises on future values? In an unregulated industry, you need honest, real experts to give you solid advice to protect your wealth and top picks on the best coins and bullion based on real-time data and historical trends. For example, as environmental policy becomes a hot topic, one precious metal that's been significantly undervalued for years is potentially set to surge. Nick Rovich, owner of AmFed Coin and Bullion, has long recommended this precious metal. Up to 600,000 ounces of this rare metal will be needed by 2030 to produce green hydrogen. Nick is doubling down on this pick, and you should too. Call Nick at AmFed Coin and Bullion to find out more. I've been friends with Nick for years, and he's my go-to guy when it comes to coins and bullion. I trust him. He is a good and very knowledgeable man. Call Nick at 800-221-7694, 800-221-7694, AmericanFederal.com, AmericanFederal.com. Not one mistake.
Here at Salem Media Group, we're delighted to welcome you back to your old habits and haunts. Nice to see you at our restaurants. We've been waiting a long time for you to return. Nice to see you at the salon, the post office, the flower shop. Nice to see you back in the office. Nice to see all those cars on the freeway again.
Yay! Hello, Bedford Falls!
For over a year, America has been fighting to get back to normal. This Salem radio station has been fighting right alongside you. Now we're back. You're back. It feels so good to be back.
Welcome back to the real.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
On top of the collapse of the commitment to free enterprise represented by the Democratic Party's full embrace of socialism and the passage of a full-on socialist budget by Bernie Sanders in the Senate, after already $4 trillion of spending over 2 years, it will mean $8 trillion of printed money. I was feeling pretty low last night, saying, my gosh, what have we done for 20 years? What have we been fighting for 40 years? If we're just going to be a socialist backwaters country that can't keep our commitments to people we fight for, we pull it. Because I began my life with the fall of southern Vietnam, helicopters on the embassy in Saigon. I went to college. I was a sophomore in college when that happened, 1975. And here we are. Kabul will look that way within 30 days. You just realize there's a 1994 out there somewhere. There's a 1980 out there somewhere. Indeed, I think we're going to wipe out the Democrats. This country does not want to be a socialist country. And the Democrats are socialists. All of them. They all voted for it. Now it's going to go to the House. It's a pure transfer of wealth. It's taking the money you earned. They're going to tax at death everything you've got. They're going to not raise the basis. Your houses, your farms, your businesses are going to take them away from your kids and tax them, make them sell them, take 45 to 55% of that and put it into their plans to pay their buddies off in the teachers' unions. And they're going to mask your kids, and they're going to ignore your demands that critical race theory be booted out. And you know what? Time to rise and fight again.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com.
This is Albert Mohler for townhall.com. The editorial board of the Los Angeles Times has put forward a horrifyingly honest argument about abortion.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I'm Dennis Prager, and I'm reflecting on my weekend in Berks County, Pennsylvania, which is about 90 minutes north of Philadelphia. You might as well be entering another civilization when you leave Philadelphia or New York City or LA or San Francisco or Chicago. Big cities are ruining our country. It's as simple as that. Their values and, of course, their voting. There are two countries, many ways of dividing it. Obviously, blue and red is the most obvious, but urban and non-urban would be as valid as any. It's an interesting question, though, why that happens. Why do cities produce awful values? Where did Lenin stay? Was he, Marx was a complete urban guy, London. Hitler was a complete urban guy, Vienna. Lenin, he went from urban center to urban center. I don't know of a major evil individual that, I'm not talking about many, some crackpot mass murderer, but who started movements of evil outside of major urban centers. I think part of the issue is that there is anonymity. Anonymity is not good for human behavior. Outside of urban centers, people know one another more. And I've often posed this question, though not in a long time. Do people act better when they wear a badge, hi, I'm, and then their name is on the badge, or when they're anonymous? It's a rhetorical question. Everybody knows the answer. People act better when they're known. And the anonymity of the big city enables people to act their worst. So it's one of my answers. Why does it come up with awful values that I'm not sure of? But if you think about your state and you remove its two biggest cities, you will have nicer people. You will have fewer convulsions. It will have less crime. It's just better outside of that city. All right, let's see here. 1-8-Prager-776. Belinda in Hudson, Wisconsin. Hello.
Yes.
I'm on. Hi.
Oh, this is Belinda. Yes. I grew up on a farm. My father was a lifelong farmer. And when I got a job, hiring, HR was always sending me resumes from kids from great colleges. And not that they weren't, great applicants, they were. But I soon realized that I really didn't care where they went to college. I cared where they went to high school. And I found that those applicants that were raised in small farming communities in central Wisconsin, southern Minnesota, yielded the greatest applicants and people to hire. They had work ethic. You come from a farm, it's a life or death situation. You have to be responsible or something dies. Your crops, your livestock. There's no backup plan. It requires you to be conscious of what you're doing. And I think there's an overabundance of convenience in cities. And it kind of breeds a narcissism where it's only about you.
Your point about the high school is one I never thought of. It's a very interesting idea. I have to mull it over. And the work ethic, I think that's almost a given. Good call. I appreciate it. The urbanite has contempt for the ruralite because the urbanite thinks that the rural guy, rural woman is a simpleton. See, if you actually live a life surrounded by family, friends, love of country, Sunday church going, have a bake sale, you're a simpleton, man. To the urbanite, you are a simpleton. Sophisticates crap on God, religion, country. And that's the way it works. That's sophisticated. And that's what they believe. It's another way of understanding the unbridgeable rift in this country at this time. It's truly unbridgeable. There is a mutual contempt that has not existed prior, at least since the Civil War. And I'm not even sure that they had such mutual contempt. One side had contempt for slavery and one side defended it. But beyond that, I don't believe that there was the contempt for one another that we have today. They think we're simpletons and we think they're nihilists. How's that? Usually, I'm going to discuss with you in the course of the show the way Larry Elder has been described in the Los Angeles Times. It'll be a perfect example. The LA Times is a rag sheet, and it's unworthy of being read. It is that awful, and they will say anything to destroy those with whom they differ. Anything, and I will prove it to you. So the Guardian did the same thing, by the way. The Guardian is a notch above the LA Times, but it's a competition. And Larry Elder is now the focus of these people. Interesting, Larry did grow up in the city, but he doesn't have its values. I grew up in the city and don't have its values either. I was so comfortable in Berks County that I decided to open the show today with a discussion of this rift. I'm Dennis Prager. We return in a moment.
This is Albert Mohler for townhall.com. The editorial board of the Los Angeles Times has put forward a horrifyingly honest argument about abortion. The headline it ran was this: the right to an abortion means the right to have it for any reason. They intend for abortion to be available for any reason, at any time, or for no reason. Their focus was a law passed in 2017 by the legislature in Ohio, a law that seeks to prevent abortion on the grounds that the unborn baby has been diagnosed with Down syndrome. The editorial board of the Los Angeles Times is saying that it is wrong to try to protect unborn babies that are diagnosed with Down syndrome by such a law. Why is it wrong? Because, says the editorial board, it interferes with what is a greater good than human dignity in the womb. And that means a woman's absolute autonomy, and what the paper claims is her constitutional right to destroy the life within her. Like I said, this editorial is honest. It's also horrifying. I'm Albert Mohler.
Publicpolicy.pepperdine.edu. Trending now on America First with Sebastian Burka.
This is really it's crucially important. The lessons of the last 20 years is that we are peerless. Our military when it comes to the application of military force at the tactical or even operational level, has no match in the world, especially Operation Anaconda. The October 2001 operation, when we went in there with just a couple of hundred CIA paramilitaries and guys from Delta and from Bragg, and we leveraged 21,000 members of the Northern Alliance, and we took down the Taliban government. That was textbook. Nobody, not even Julius Caesar, not Napoleon, could do it better. But since then, at the strategic level, Kurt, it's been a disaster.
It's been an utter disaster, and frankly, I'm worried about the tactical level. I'm worried that whether or not we still maintain the tactical capabilities that we need for high-intensity combat operations against peer-level competitors like the Chinese, especially, and I write about this in my Monday Town Hall column, Dr. Gorka, especially when you look at the Navy. For nearly 70 years, it has glided on the legacy of the military triumphs in the Pacific theater over the Japanese. And we relied on, we consoled ourselves saying, well, you know, the Chinese technology is getting better. They're getting more and more ships, but we have a naval tradition. You know what? So did the Carthaginians. Okay, the Romans had no navy until they found a Carthaginian warship that had run aground. They copied it, they trained, and they beat the hell out of Carthage. You can find Roman ruins, can't find any Carthaginian ruins.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe today at rumble.com. Trending now on The Larry Elder Show.
Essentially, that's inflation. Too many dollars chasing too few goods. This from Reuters. Tyson Foods Incorporated cannot increase prices for chicken and prepared foods fast enough to keep pace with rising costs for raw materials like grain due to Bidenflation. Bidenflation. Say it with me. Tyson increased their prices to their restaurant customers, and you're thinking like, okay, so what? I don't care if they increase it to their restaurant customers. That's for people that are going out. We're not going out to eat anymore. It's not going to affect us. Aha. Yes, it will. As of September 5th, the retail prices are going to rise significantly for the consumers. Can you say thank you, Biden? Can you say thank you, Biden? Guys, I want to tell you,
Yes, indeed, my friends. Welcome back. I'm Dennis Prager. It hit me more strongly than ever, and I've always contended this, that the cities are the bane of civilization, morally, intellectually, and in every other way. I fully acknowledge the works of art that exist there, the at one time magnificent architecture. I appreciate it all. But the net result of big cities is negative. And as I said, just imagine your state without its biggest two cities. Would it be a kinder place to live? Would it be a meaner place to live? Would it be a more peaceful place to live? I mean, is there anything good? Or let's put it that way, is there anything bad that would happen if the two largest cities in your state seceded? That's a pretty direct way of putting it. Yeah, I'm telling you, the people of Illinois would really miss Chicago. Folks in Buffalo and Syracuse, not to mention all the area in between, New York City, what would we do without it? I mean, financially, that probably does help in some ways. Those people would forego the financial help in order to get rid of the values that come from there. When people move from New York City to Florida, they generally bring greater kindness and love of country, not to mention, to be really quaint, love of God. The very notions are considered the province of the superficial, to speak of love of country or love of God. How is the flag regarded in New York City versus, I don't know, just pick some place in central New York State? And that is the way it is. Gentlemen, this is just a technical word. I have no ability to stay on AP. Okay, let's see here. Peggy in, of all places, Chicago. Hello.
Hello. Dennis, I feel very sorry for this country. I really do. Because the Taliban, of course, captured our weapons caches. And that means they have more weapons, modern weapons, than the whole country of Australia. And that's not very good news, but it's also not very good news that this whole country, if you look at it, is being destroyed.
That's right.
We have fires in California. We have flash flooding.
We've had fires and flash flooding. Believe me, if those were the issues, I would be optimistic. The country is being destroyed because everything that is precious in the country is being ruined.
Well, the values.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. Listen, I'm sorry I'm letting you go, but I got your point. This is a new world in which we are living. We're living in the product of the urban culture. It is victorious. That is what we have. And I'm not, as I said earlier, I think the anonymity of the big city, I think that is another thing that happens from big cities. Because I do believe, generally speaking, there is less intimacy, there's less community, so you fill up that void with theories. They come up with theories in big cities, and they're usually terrible theories. That's why I gave you the examples of Vienna and Berlin and London. I don't think Marx would have come up with his theories if he lived. Give me some rural place in England. You're an Anglophile. Exeter, right? If he spent his life at the Exeter Library, I think he would have come up with different ideas. Relief Factor is relieffactor.com, 800-500-8384. The statements of people that have used it. Reggie in Florida, I have a lot of pain from aging, and after only 4 days of using Relief Factor, I'm already experiencing less pain and stiffness. Relief Factor is a blessing sent by God. A lot of people say that. I don't know if it was sent by God, but I do believe that it is a blessing. Give it a try for 3 weeks for $20. Doesn't work, cancel your order, you're out $20. But it works for the vast majority of people. ReliefFactor.com, 800-500-8384.
Trending now on the Larry Elder Show.
Now, when it comes to inflation, I want you to think of this. This is an easy way for you to understand or to remember what inflation is if this is a topic that's somewhat new to you. It's when too many dollars, so you have tons of money chasing too few goods. There's not enough stuff to buy, in other words. Or think of Black Friday. You know how all the stores try to get you in the stores during Christmas season, Thanksgiving, Christmas season, Black Friday. You want to buy all this stuff, and they always advertise this one laptop or this one television set that's going to be sitting right smack in the middle of the department store, and they only have X amount before they're absolutely gone. And obviously their trick is to get you in the store so you can buy other stuff. If you're in California, it's so you can shoplift other stuff. But in other places around the nation, it's so you can buy other stuff. So you walk into this store, you get into, or well, you don't walk in on Black Friday. You bum rush that store, or you set in line. You have the money in your hands. You're ready to go. You've got all of this cash you've been saving, and you're just ready to go. You're like, I'm going to get my Christmas shopping done today. You pull up, you see the line, and you're like, wow, everybody else, the 200 people standing in line in front of me have the same amount of money or cash that I do, but there's only 32 of those televisions. Essentially, that's inflation.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on America First with Sebastian Burka.
I got to get your response to those neocons, neoliberals, who are now trying to convince us, the Brookings institutions, the AEIs, to double down and to send even more troops to Afghanistan.
Well, look, Mitt Romney got out there. That's fine. Why don't he send one of his 72 sons, none of whom served in the military? I am sick of them squandering not only our treasure, but our blood on useless, poorly thought out military campaigns. I was all for going in Afghanistan and wreaking unholy vengeance on the people who murdered Americans. But then what happened, Dr. Gorka? A complete strategic tail chase for
The tragedy of the urban centers, historically and in America and in the West today, the number of destructive ideas coming from urban centers is enormous. They almost have a monopoly on idiocy. People become ruder, more selfish, certainly less patriotic, less religious. I can't think of a positive effect that the city has, the big city has on people. There are some very wonderful people who live in big cities. I'm not out of my mind. That's not my point. My point is that it generally produces worse human beings and horrible ideas. If you think that people raising children in the nuclear family, father, mother, children, father, mother married to one another, regularly attend church, have their kids go to Sunday school, have their kids join something analogous to what was once the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, if you think that that is a wonderful way of life, then the urban center is not for you. If you have contempt for it, than New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Los Angeles. These are your ideal places. Michael in Orlando, Florida. Hello.
Hi, Dennis. Shalom. I agree with you 100%. I grew up all over the United States. I grew up in Seattle. Now I'm ashamed to say that I did. Although at the time it wasn't tainted by all the nonsense it is now. It was a great place to grow up. Moved to Tulsa, Oklahoma. The day we moved into our house, 3 tornadoes took out our neighborhood. The next day my dad said, go out and help people. Don't take any money from them unless they say please. Then I moved to Fort Lauderdale, and talk about culture shock. Fort Lauderdale is part of a megalopolis. It starts in Homestead and goes up to Vero Beach, but it hadn't quite done that yet. But when you're in high school, you get along with everybody, but then everybody reverts to their own clique or culture, and everybody hates everybody.
All right, I gotcha. I met somebody this weekend who grew up in Seattle. I don't know was it at the Chicago event, and spoke of how utterly different it was, a generation or two ago in Seattle, which I totally believe. Would anybody, outside of a leftist, would any liberal argue that Seattle is a finer place today than 50 years ago? I doubt it. You actually almost have to be an Antifa supporter to think Seattle is a finer place to raise a family. In fact, I'll bet there are fewer families, percentage-wise, in Seattle than ever in its history. It's another factor of the big city. It's the place for singles. Singles flock to big cities. And often stay there. Now, if you think that single people produce as wonderful a society as married people, then again, the city is a great place. It's not a knock on, well, it is a knock on singles, but it's a knock on people who are committed to singlehood rather than singles generally. What's the percentage of people committed to singlehood in New York City versus Schenectady, New York? Okay, it's a rhetorical question. It's quite a remarkable thing to see the difference here. George, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Hello, I was just in your state this weekend.
Yes, Dennis. Hi, this is George. That's part of the reason I called. I was enjoying your topic about getting outside of the city, and we kind of experienced the same thing, my wife and I. We have a place in western Maryland, Garrett County, and when we get there, when we start approaching it, we say, are we in lake mode yet? And it's just a different world. People still have their Trump signs up. Half the radio stations on Sunday morning are tuned to church. I asked this guy where I could find a boat dock, or could I dock at his place. He not only told me about his dock, but all of his competitors and why I might even want to get one of their docks instead of his. And it's just kind of refreshing. That when I say Maryland, it's nothing like D.C.
Yeah, Maryland is a very dramatic example. You're absolutely right. But they're all dramatic examples. Outside of Baltimore, Maryland is another world. Just as outside of Philly, Pennsylvania is another world. And all the other cities that I mentioned are truly another world. They have nothing in common. They don't value the same things. They treat people differently. They look at the West and America differently. They have nothing in common. And what America outside of the big cities feel is, or Americans feel, is that their state is weighed down and indeed ruined by the culture of the big city. as is the society. Madison, Jefferson, and Washington were not fans of cities. I learned that just now. I only knew Jefferson. I didn't know the other two. I knew the Bible. It's a great story. Tower of Babel and the city attached to it. This is ancient stuff. Big cities generally don't produce finer human beings, let alone fine ideas. Back in a moment.
Trending now on the Eric Metaxas Show.
I have campaign expenditure limitations. Gavin Newsom does not. He can raise and spend an unlimited amount of money. And shortly after it was obvious I was going to get into the race, the union, SEIU union, gave him $5 million for the anti-recall side. And just a couple of days ago, the teachers union, the largest funder of his campaign, gave him an additional $1.8 million. It is estimated he's going to raise a minimum of $50 million, maybe as much as $75 million to defeat me. You were praising my courage. Let me just say something about that. I get that a lot, and I have to push back because I'm not storming the beaches of Normandy. Unlike my father, I was never a Marine. Unlike my older brother, I was never a member of the Navy. Like my little brother, I was never a member of the Army. I did not serve. And about all the things I've ever done in my life, that's probably the thing that I regret the most, that I didn't give back a few years to my country. So this is a small sacrifice. I'm losing a little bit of money, well, actually a lot of money compared to my net worth. And of course, nobody's lived a pure life, and anything and everything we've ever done will be exposed and will be twisted. And I know that I'll be assuming that. But this is a small price to pay for a country that I love so much and for a state that I love so much.
Well, you know, that's why you are who you are. You have perspective. You're talking about your father. You've been on this program before talking about your father. And when you've lived that kind of a life and you see what real sacrifice looks like, it's natural for you to do things that other people say, well, that's brave or that's heroic. You just think, well, what are you talking about? This is basic stuff. I've been living in a country that allowed me to succeed and to say what I want. How can I not fight for that? And again, I think sometimes things have to get very bad before people finally wake up.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe today at rumble.com. Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Talent, I think it's a very crafty strategy. It's the reverse of the Reagan strategy. Expand the entitlement culture to the point that it bankrupts the United States and we have to withdraw from the world.
But I mean, look, the interest on the federal debt last year was about $380 billion, with treasuries at 2%. Right. So what happens when the Fed jacks up interest rates, as they will, in order to fight inflation? So if it goes to 4%, it's going to cost us another $400 billion to service the debt. The entire discretionary budget is about what, 1.7 trillion? So that's more than a quarter of the entire discretionary budget.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dennis Prager. Ethan in Brooklyn, New York. Hello.
Hi, Dennis. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for taking my call. I really like what you said kind of about anonymity in big cities, and I had never really thought of it like this. I just wanted to kind of offer maybe a different point of view. I'm 28. I live in Brooklyn. I've always lived in big cities, but I have a lot of family around the U.S. that live in smaller cities, and I'm gay, and I always felt that, in a big city, I actually had just freedom, and this anonymity allowed me to just really be myself. Whereas when I was in smaller places, it felt much more, constrained and judged. And the big cities actually provided this sort of this freedom and escape. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That's why I took your call. I think it's important to hear another take on this. Everything you say makes sense. There are.
I will say though, something that is interesting is as a 28-year-old gay Jewish, living around a lot of very liberal people with somewhat conservative views at times, and also liberal. I'm more accepted as being gay in New York than I am for many of my more conservative ideas. So.
Well, you're an honest guy. I thank you for calling. I hope everybody caught what he said. That the real anger toward him comes from liberals in New York for his conservative ideas, rather than from relatives and friends in smaller cities because he's gay. I was told this 25 years ago on the radio. A guy called me 25 years ago. Said, I just want you to know I'm a gay guy in Hollywood, and I'm also a conservative. Said, it is much easier to come out of the closet as gay than as a conservative. That was 25 years ago. Look, there are prices paid. I can't deny that a gay man is going to have an easier time in a big city than in a little city. I think today it's probably less true than it was, but it's probably true. However, the quote non-judgmental nature of the big city obviously comes with tremendous prices. That's a point worth noting. It's people in big cities say men give birth. People in small cities don't. So when all is weighed in the balance, the cities are destructive. We continue on the Dennis Prager Show.
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Because all it takes is one example of something that works. And that's why Florida and Hungary, in my opinion, are so similar, right? Is that Florida is the domestic example of a more orderly, common sense approach to the land of the insane, right? And they hate that. Like, we must crush Ron DeSantis. We must crush Viktor Orban, right?
Right, and notice that the people calling for crushing other people are the ones calling you a fascist. So the very people who are like, oh, no, it's totally normal to fire someone from his job because I disagree with them. It's totally normal to beat someone up for having a Trump hat on, a political party that I don't support. Yeah, we should beat him up. It's totally cool to burn your cities on the basis of political ideology, BLM, over the last year and a half. No, it's totally fine. But if you disagree that you're the fascist, it's like at a certain point, I think we're too literal. I know that I certainly am way too literal. Every night, I'm writing my scripts and I'm like, I can't, but that's the opposite of the truth. And at a certain point, that's on me. Of course, it's the opposite of the truth. It's a totalitarian worldview that inverts reality for its own power. That's just what it is. And if I continue to be surprised by it, then I'm the moron. The question is, what do you do about it? And I'm not sure I know the answer. I mean, I'm not in charge of anything. I'm just a talk show host. So my job is just to say it out loud. I think that's a helpful first step. But you can see where this is going. I mean, CNN just fired 3 employees for not getting the vaccine. Just fired them, right and no one said anything. Also, that's totally normal. Take a man's livelihood away because he won't take a medicine that you want him to take, that he may not need, that he certainly doesn't want, and he can't work in this country. Like, what do we want to live in that country? I don't.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Larry Elder Show.
when it comes to inflation, I want you to think of this. This is an easy way for you to understand or to remember what inflation is if this is a topic that's somewhat new to you. It's when too many dollars, so you have tons of money chasing too few goods. There's not enough stuff to buy, in other words. Or think of Black Friday. You know how all the stores try to get you in the stores during Christmas season, Thanksgiving, Christmas season, Black Friday. You want to buy all this stuff, and they always advertise this one laptop or this one television set that's going to be sitting right smack in the middle of the department store, and they only have X amount before they're absolutely gone. And obviously their trick is to get you in the store so you can buy other stuff. If you're in California, it's so you can shoplift other stuff. But in other places around the nation, it's so you can buy other stuff. So you walk into this store, you get into, well, you don't walk in on Black Friday. You bum rush that store, or you set in line. You have the money in your hands. You're ready to go. You've got all of this cash you've been saving, and you're just ready to go. You're like, I'm going to get my Christmas shopping done today. You pull up, you see the line, and you're like, wow, everybody else, the 200 people standing in line in front of me have the same amount of money or cash that I do, but there's only 32 of those televisions. Essentially, that's inflation.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on America First with Sebastian Burka.
I got to get your response to those neocons, neoliberals, who are now trying to convince us, the Brookings institutions, the AEIs, to double down and to send even more troops to Afghanistan.
Well, look, I Mitt Romney got out there. That's fine. Why don't he send one of his 72 sons, none of whom served in the military? I am sick of them squandering not only our treasure, but our blood on useless, poorly thought out military campaigns. I was all for going in Afghanistan and wreaking unholy vengeance on the people who murdered Americans. But then what happened, Dr. Gorka? A complete strategic kale chase for 20 years.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe today at rumble.com. Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Remember, I said they're going to borrow and spend a lot of money. Now, when the tax increases come up, this is going to be to borrow and spend enormous amounts of money, force inflation up without addressing even the safety net needs. Forget about defense, which they're not spending any money on either, right?
Right.
And then it's ushering in its chaos, a sort of left-wing flavored chaos. And I think it's because they don't have the votes and they don't really have the plan to do anything else.
Now, you know Joe Biden and you know Bernie Sanders. Is Joe Biden in charge of this, or has Bernie Sanders just been deferred to?
Yeah, I think this is sort of policy by default. What is it we can do that we can tell the activist base they should like? I don't think at the end of the day they're going to be satisfied either, and then we'll do that. I kind of think that's what's happening. I say I'm not trying to, because I don't see any other logic behind it. I mean, again, there are basic needs that need to be addressed in the social safety net system. There's a whole lot of things that need to be done, and then I look at the tax increases. You're right about the death tax. That's going to slam. I chaired the Small Business Committee for 4 years. All it does is make small businesses and farms impossible to pass on the next generation. The last
and
time,
houses.
How much money we raised from the death tax? $20 billion a year.
Wow. It's just not worth the candle to destroy the American dream for so many people.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dennis Prager. I welcome you to the show. Spoke last hour about the effect of being in Berks County, Pennsylvania on me this past weekend outside of an hour and a half north of Philadelphia, and how big cities ruin civilization, even though they have a tremendous amount of the art of the civilization in them. But putting the latter aside, the effects of Philadelphia on Pennsylvania, of New York City on New York State, of Los Angeles and San Francisco on California, of Seattle on Washington, of Chicago on Illinois, and the like, are completely and totally deleterious. The states are being ruined by the biggest cities in them. That was my subject last hour. A reminder, you can listen to every single hour through Pragertopia without commercial, pragertopia.com. It's very cheap, and it's a very powerful force for your educational, intellectual enjoyment. pragertopia.com. Word on Afghanistan. I have a particular, what shall I say, particularly depressed reaction to what is happening in Afghanistan, since I never wanted to leave. Many of you did. I think you were mistaken. The argument that we were there 20 years struck me as completely a non sequitur. Was there a specific number at which time you leave, no matter what the consequences? But people, including sometimes on our side, think emotionally. That was a completely emotional statement. We've been there 20 years. It's completely irrelevant to whether or not you leave, how long you've been there. We had 2,500 men and women there. That was it. We had not lost a single soldier this entire year. Casualties were minimal. And now look at what has happened to America, what is happening to the Afghan people, the resurrection of the terror groups of the Islamic world, which saw a bunch of no air force, to say the least, terrorists take over Afghanistan in a matter of days. This country has no leader because he is a nothing. He has always been a nothing. In terms of character, he doesn't hold a candle to Donald Trump. Okay? But I don't care, frankly. I don't care. The fact that he's a crook doesn't even bother me. It's the fact that he stands for nothing that is beneficial to the country that bothers me. If the left says jump, he jumps. If the left says lie down, he lies down. He is a nothing, and the Democratic Party is run by its left. That's it. That's the state we're in. He doesn't give a damn what has happened to the United States or NATO. Neither does the left. Oh, Trump, he's really hurting NATO. Trump built NATO. Built up NATO. He didn't build it. Preceded him. The damage to the world leaders, I mean, it's amazing. Even world leaders have condemned the American precipitous withdrawal from Afghanistan. People who couldn't stand Donald Trump. Believe me, there's a lot of yearning for Donald Trump right now among world leaders who would never say such a thing, because you can't say such a thing. That's the state of Afghanistan and the effect of leaving. Kamala Harris said she was the last person in the room. She bragged about being the decisive voice, and then she couldn't be found. Joe Biden was on vacation at Camp David, Googled or Zoomed his conferences. Did you see that picture of him alone in the Camp David room? It's pathetic. Everybody knows this is true, that we have no president. But it is irrelevant. That's what I've been trying to educate people about. The individual is not relevant. It's what they stand for that's relevant. Democrats are interchangeable. The fact that an incompetent is president doesn't make any difference. So let's say there was a competent. Say Adam Schiff were president. You think anything would be different? One of the consummate liars of American history. What would be different? We should not have left. The lesson to people for the foreseeable future is don't rely on the United States. That's the lesson. I think the statement of the week was of what's Blinken's first name? Anthony Blinken. This is not Saigon 1975. If you look at the pictures, you couldn't tell the difference. It is exactly a replay. And by the way, that was done by the Democrats too. Democratic Party is a cesspool. They engineered that too. They betrayed the South Vietnamese. There was a peace conference. They were promised aid from America should North Vietnam invade. And the Democrats said, let's leave. And at the time he said, was it Joe Biden said, I don't care what happens there. And he doesn't care what happens in Afghanistan. Cares about his son's laptop. If you want a smoking gun with regard to how the media are dishonest, the coverage of Larry Elder's candidacy is perfect. It's just perfect. Let me read to you from The Guardian. Guardian's English. And The Guardian, on occasion, has an important piece. I look at The Guardian. Well, I look at everything I don't agree with. But when push comes to shove, it's just another left-wing mouthpiece. And the Larry Elder issue, which is interesting in and of itself that Larry Elder is being covered by The Guardian in England. It's actually a very big deal. When I was in Chicago for my station, WIND, W-I-N-D, wonderful event last Thursday night. And when Larry Elder's name was mentioned, I mean, everybody cheered. It was wild cheering in Chicago. I have a particular interest in this because I care about the direction of my state, which is being ruined by the left. But I also am very close to Larry Elder. I brought him to radio. We have had a very close friendship for, I guess, about almost 30 years. Larry Elder is one of the most courageous people I've ever known. Courage is the key to anything good in life. Listen to the way The Guardian covers him. Elder opposes the minimum wage and gun control. Okay, that's fair. He has said he doesn't believe that a gender wage gap exists. They're listing all the terrible things about Larry Elder. So one, he's against the minimum wage. So was the New York Times in the 1970s when it editorialized the perfect minimum wage, $0.00. That was when there were liberals at the New York Times, not leftists. Gun control. What does it mean to oppose gun control? Nobody opposes gun control. He opposes the draconian ideas of the left with regard to gun control. It's a lie to say he opposes gun control. I don't know a human being who opposes gun control. There are plenty of gun controls in existence. He said he doesn't believe that a gender wage gap exists. It doesn't exist. See the PragerU video on the gender wage gap. It's a left-wing lie that for identical work in an identical firm, a woman will be paid 23% less. It's just a lie.
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Tucker, you mentioned early here that the country just as a population has nearly tripled since you started in journalism. Can you talk about that? Because you make that point so profoundly earlier that, hey, this country has nearly tripled in size, yet we have like a fraction of the freedom. How did that happen?
Well, one is a product of the other. I mean, big systems don't work very well. Ask anybody who served in the U.S. Army. You know, every veteran, Vietnam era veteran, for example, you go over to Vietnam, you fight a ridiculous war, you see people die, you come back, and you still love America. I've never met anyone who served in the military, including my own dad during that time, who doesn't love America, truly love America. But if they're on, every one of them will tell you exactly the same thing, which is, the military is a tough environment as much as, we support it, we love it, because it's just too big. And so the decisions that any big organization makes tend to be, there are a lot of unwise decisions. Maybe you get the biggest things right, but the details are hard to pull off. You can't retain your fine motor skills at scale. You just can't. I mean, it's a well-known, it's basically a physics principle. Many business books have been written about this.
Yes.
So the bigger your country gets, the harder it is to manage, the harder cohesion is to pull off, the more likely you are to destroy the natural environment, for one thing. I mean, there's a reason that, very few people go on vacation in China. They go on vacation in Switzerland or Barbados or small places. Small is better. I feel no threat whatsoever from my local retailer. I see Amazon as a real threat to my freedom. And the difference is not simply because, Jeff Bezos is a worse person than Mr. Kim behind the counter down the street, though he definitely is.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com.
Don't you get tired of commercials screaming at you to buy gold now with inflated promises on future values? In an unregulated industry, you need honest, real experts to give you solid advice to protect your wealth and top picks on the best coins and bullion based on real-time data and historical trends. For example, as environmental policy becomes a hot topic, one precious metal that's been significantly undervalued for years is potentially set to surge. Nick Rovich, owner of AmFed Coin and Bullion, has long recommended this precious metal. Up to 600,000 ounces of this rare metal will be needed by 2030 to produce green hydrogen. Nick is doubling down on this pick, and you should too. Call Nick at AmFed Coin and Bullion to find out more. I've been friends with Nick for years, and he's my go-to guy when it comes to coins and bullion. I trust him. He is a good and very knowledgeable man. Call Nick at 800-221-7694, 800-221-7694, AmericanFederal.com, AmericanFederal.com. Not one mistake.
Here at Salem Media Group, we're delighted to welcome you back to your old habits and haunts. Nice to see you at our restaurants. We've been waiting a long time for you to return. Nice to see you at the salon, the post office, the flower shop. Nice to see you back in the office. Nice to see all those cars on the freeway again.
Yay! Hello, Bedford Falls!
For over a year, America has been fighting to get back to normal. This Salem radio station has been fighting right alongside you. Now we're back. You're back. It feels so good to be back.
Welcome back to the real
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
On top of the
right, everybody. Dennis Prager here. Reading to you from The Guardian about Larry Elder, who was going to be on the show a little later, by the way. Okay, Elder opposes the minimum wage and gun control. Okay. The first one is correct. And by the way, I was wrong. It was the New York Times in the 1980s that said the correct minimum wage is $0.00. Not that long ago. The left has taken over the Times and everything else. Minimum wage serves to, well, I've talked about the deleterious effects, not to mention just the closing down of restaurants that can't afford it. See, when you make a minimum wage, let's say a statewide minimum wage, then the people in outside of urban areas where there is a lower standard of living, they just can't afford it. The restaurant will close. Many restaurants close at urban areas as well. Anyway, he said he doesn't believe that a gender wage gap exists. That's correct. A gender wage gap does not exist. It exists, but not for the same work. To say that men earn more than women means nothing. You have to compare apples and apples. Is it the same work at the same firm, the same hours, the same productivity? It's not true. They do not. By the way, if they did, what did they say, 23%? What is the claim?
77, they get 70.
70 what?
77.
77%. So it's 23% less. Who would hire a man if you could save 25% hiring a woman? Are employers stupid? Has called the climate crisis a crock. Yes, the crisis is a crock. Notice, at least they're precise. The crisis is a crock. It is the greatest mass hysteria outside of masks and lockdowns, like in Australia right now. You can't talk to people outdoors. It is pure hysteria, the existential threat to mankind of global warming. It is hysteria. Does it exist, global warming? Yes. He has never denied that. He has suggested that fatherless families drive up crime rates in black communities. Whoa, what a radical notion. So The Guardian does not believe that fatherless children anywhere are more likely to commit crimes? There isn't a shred of data to support The Guardian's idiocy that Larry Elder is wrong about fatherless kids. But this is what the readers of The Guardian believe. Oh, fatherlessness doesn't matter. That's what they believe. They live in a make-believe world, people on the left. This is a perfect example. This says nothing about Larry Elder. It says everything about The Guardian. In 3 decades on air, Elder has made a name disseminating controversy. Yeah, by saying that fatherless kids are more likely to commit crime. That is disseminating controversy. Get it? That's controversial. In response to his inveighing against affirmative action, denials of systemic racism, and claims that black leaders exaggerate discrimination, that's right, I remember this well, what Larry went through at both our former stations, ABC and LA. A group of LA residents in the 1990s organized a 2.5-year boycott of the radio show sponsors. Didn't work, but boy, did they go crazy. A black man on LA radio saying affirmative action hurts blacks, that there's no systemic racism, and black leaders exaggerate discrimination? He's been on the radio for 27 years down in L.A. talking man bites dog politics that are ironic and contradictory, said James Lance Taylor, a political scientist at the University of San Francisco. Yeah, Larry Elder talks. Hey, I'll tell you what, Professor Taylor. I will raise a substantial amount of money for you to debate Larry Elder. What do you say? You willing to do that? You should absolutely wipe the floor with the guy. You're a political scientist at the University of San Francisco, right? And what is he? Just a talk show host. So if I raise $10,000, could we get you to debate Larry Elder, Professor Taylor? And in some ways, the only reason why he's able to say much of what he says is because he's black. He uses his race as a weapon. Boy, they don't do that on the left, do they? They don't never use race as a weapon on the left. By the way, I say everything that Larry Elder says, and I'm white. What are you going to do about that? I'm against affirmative action. I don't believe America. I think America's systemic racism is the greatest national libel since the blood libel of the Jews in the Middle Ages. Maybe Larry Elder doesn't say it because he's black, but he says it because it's true. But is it true is not a left-wing question. Who says it is a left-wing question. Earlier this year, Elder blamed Barack Obama for the deaths. This is continuing this is a continuation of the Guardian piece. Blamed Barack Obama for the deaths of George Floyd and other black men, writing that the former president should have encouraged citizens to better comply with the police to avoid being shot. I would like to read the entire context. But Barack Obama exacerbated racial tension in this country. There's no question about it. During the coronavirus crisis, he has given a platform to COVID-19 conspiracy theorists. What is it? I don't know. What's a COVID-19 conspiracy theorist? Why don't they at least explain it? Including a self-identified physician. What does that mean, self-identify? Either you're a physician or you're not. Is this a new thing? I identify as female and physician. A self-identified physician who promoted the false claim that coronavirus vaccines were being pushed in minority communities as population control. Elder has said he has been vaccinated but has vowed to repeal California's mask and vaccine requirements if he wins the governorship. For that alone, he should win. We'll be back momentarily.
The Dennis Prager Show, live from the Relief Factor Pain-Free Studio.
When is George Friedman?
Trending now on the Larry Elder Show.
Now, when it comes to inflation, I want you to think of this. This is an easy way for you to understand or to remember what inflation is if this is a topic that's somewhat new to you. It's when too many dollars, so you have tons of money chasing too few goods. There's not enough stuff to buy, in other words. Or think of Black Friday. You know how all the stores try to get you in the store during Christmas season, Thanksgiving, Christmas season, Black Friday. You want to buy all this stuff, and they always advertise this one laptop or this one television set that's going to be sitting right smack in the middle of the department store, and they only have X amount before they're absolutely gone. And obviously their trick is to get you in the store so you can buy other stuff. If you're in California, it's so you can shoplift other stuff. But in other places around the nation, it's so you can buy other stuff. So you walk into this store, you get into, well, you don't walk in on Black Friday. You bum rush that store, or you set in line. You have the money in your hands. You're ready to go. You've got all of this cash you've been saving, and you're just ready to go. You're like, I'm going to get my Christmas shopping done today. You pull up, you see the line, and you're like, wow, everybody else, the 200 people standing in line in front of me have the same amount of money or cash that I do, but there's only 32 of those televisions. Essentially, that's inflation.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on America First with Sebastian Gorka.
I got to get your response to those neocons, neoliberals, who are now trying to convince us, the Brookings institutions, the AEIs, to double down and to send even more troops to Afghanistan.
Well, look, Mitt Romney got out there. That's fine. Why don't he send one of his 72 sons, none of them served in the military? I am sick of them squandering not only our treasure, but our blood on useless, poorly thought out military campaigns. I was all for going in Afghanistan and wreaking unholy vengeance on the people who murdered Americans. But then what happened, Dr. Gorka? A complete strategic kale chase for 20 years.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe today at rumble.com. Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Remember, I said they're going to borrow and spend a lot of money. Now, when the tax increases come up, this is going to be to borrow and spend enormous amounts of money, force inflation up without addressing even the safety net needs. Forget about defense, which they're not spending any money on either, right?
Right.
And then it's ushering in its chaos, a sort of left-wing flavored chaos. And I think it's because they don't have the votes and they don't really have the plan to do anything else. I get
now,
you
know.
Hi, everybody. Dennis Prager here. We'll get back to the Larry Elder phenomenon and the coverage of him. But first, I want to talk to George Friedman. I've talked to him often. He's the founder and president of Geopolitical Futures, an independent intelligence service. Few people know the world as well as he does. It is also up the connection to his Geopolitical Futures is up at DennisPrager.com. George Friedman, hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. I wanted to talk to you about Hungary. Are you from Hungary?
I was born in Hungary. I've been back there many times. I was a professor in Hungary a couple of years ago. Yeah.
And you speak Hungarian?
Native language.
Do you know the joke that they told me? What language is spoken in heaven? And the answer is Hungarian, because it takes an eternity to learn it.
My wife came there swearing that she was going to learn it in 6 months. I don't think she learned a word. You can't learn that language.
You can't learn that language. I would try. I love languages, but I told that joke so that my listeners understand it's really in its own world. Anyway,
it's not a European language.
Exactly, it's not an anything language. It's related theoretically to Finnish, but obviously Finns and Hungarians can't speak to each other, so it's only academically relevant.
Right.
All right. So anyway, good. So you know Hungary. So this was my 5th trip to Hungary. I went twice under communism, twice after, and now I went to give some talks there. Tucker Carlson spoke on Saturday, and I spoke on Friday 2 weeks ago. It was a wonderful conference, young conservatives from around Europe. So what's your take on Viktor Orban?
Well, I've met him several times. And, he's a tough politician. He's an advocate for Hungary, and he makes no apologies about it. He's been demeaned by the other Europeans, but, he's been accused of not being a liberal Democrat. Well, he's a Democrat. He was elected. He's popular, and he'll probably be reelected. And he's committed to maintaining Hungarian culture, and he's not going to let go on immigration. They charged him with shutting down newspapers and stuff. He did shut down a newspaper for taxes, but for God's sakes, you can't shut down the news. Everybody's on the internet. If you go to a cafe in Budapest, you can't eat without being argued with by strangers.
So the biggest question to me is the accusation against Tucker Carlson made by a bunch of anti-Trump Republicans was, A, we are angry at American leftists who went to communist countries and became very useful idiots. Why didn't Tucker Carlson, and sometimes my name was thrown in, why didn't they serve the same purpose as useful idiots for a right-wing authoritarian?
Well, I may be an idiot, but I've been to a lot of communist countries in my time. And nobody ever really condemned me for that. They thought that was a useful relationship with another culture. The right wing in Europe is part of it is very, very dirty, very anti-Semitic, very dangerous. Viktor Orban isn't part of that. He is part of an entity that says, look, I'm in the EU, but I want to remain Hungary. We're different. You talk about the language. But there is such a hatred of him based on things that aren't true that it's extraordinary. He has been made the poster child for the rise of fascism, which is the last thing he is.
So when they call him an authoritarian, they're lying?
I have no idea what that means. I mean, look, he was elected. He's going to have another election. People can vote him out. There's vastly free discussion everywhere. There's a free press. Some newspapers got shut down over tax issues, but websites are all over the place. The idea that he is an authoritarian comes from the fact that he's making decisions for Hungary they don't like. So what you do then is you demean him. I mean, not that he is not a forceful guy, not that he won't push the envelope of his authority as far as possible, but he isn't much different from Frau Merkel in that. European leaders pushed the envelope.
All right, hold it there if you would. This is really, really important. George Friedman is my guest. His website is linked to ours. You should try it out. It's an amazing font of information. ReliefFactor.com. The 3-week quick start is only $19.95. Why 3 weeks? Relief Factor has an amazing statement. You will know within 3 weeks if it works. How do you like that? Yeah, if it doesn't work, cancel your order. You're out $19.95 plus shipping. Most people, about 70%, keep ordering, like I do, because it works. Try it out for 3 weeks for $19.95 for your muscle and joint aches. ReliefFactor.com, 800-500-8384.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Talent, I think it's a very crafty strategy. It's the reverse of the Reagan strategy. Expand the entitlement culture to the point that it bankrupts the United States and we have to withdraw from the world.
But I mean, look, the interest on the federal debt last year was about $380 billion, with treasuries at 2%. Right. So what happens when the Fed jacks up interest rates, as they will, in order to fight inflation? So if it goes to 4%, it's going to cost us another $400 billion to service the debt. The entire discretionary budget is about what, 1.7 trillion? So that's more than a quarter of the entire discretionary budget.
Yeah, I had a senior Trump administration official tell me last night, the only way out will be to devalue the currency. You get to do that once, and you're no longer the reserve currency.
They're going to debase. Well, it is debasing the currency. This is, I think, to show that they can do something big and beat the Republicans. I mean, I don't want to be uncharitable. And yeah, there's a lot of bad policies. You've talked about the death tax, and you're right. They're eliminating work for all these welfare programs. So we're going to be treated to millions and millions of able-bodied people getting all this, these benefits and not working because it doesn't make any sense for them to work. I mean,
it's economically rational to stay home, especially when they extended the rent moratorium. They screwed small landlords everywhere in the United States, but they also increased the incentive not to go back to work. You don't have a rent bill to pay.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on America First with Sebastian Gorka.
Let's talk about something that's not superb, and that's Sasha, don't call me Mr. Vindman, and his flip-flops and his posing around with, oh, hang on, I've got it here. It's Arnold.
Screw your freedom.
Schwarzenegger. This is radio, Kurt. You got to do more than give me his face.
Well, you want me to say FCC compliant, don't you?
You can try. Yes, try. Please try to not say those 7 naughty words.
Well, look, I find it a massive embarrassment that a former governor of our biggest state in the union casually dismisses freedom the way this guy does. It shows he has a basic misunderstanding of the concept. Maybe he needs to go back and reread his citizenship.
Going to go back to George Friedman in a moment. I want to remind you of one of my favorite products, Pure Talk. It's very simple. You'll save $800 a year on your family bill. That's the average savings. $30 a month for unlimited text, unlimited talk, 6 gigabytes of data. Go over, they don't charge you. It's a phenomenon. So I didn't believe it, actually. And I'm not going to ever tell you about a product that I don't personally believe what I'm saying or know what I'm saying. So I actually got a phone through them. You can keep your phone and your phone number, but I got a second phone. By the way, you get it for a great price. And it's the same as T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. All you do is pound 250, save $50 off your first month as well. Pound 250 and say Dennis Prager. Pound 250 and say Dennis Prager. And now I'm saying George Friedman, founder and president of Geopolitical Futures. The link is up at my website, DennisPrager.com. And I was shaken by my trip to Hungary a few weeks ago when I spoke. Same conference that Tucker Carlson spoke. So these people who are saying that going there and speaking is the same as serving as a useful idiot for a communist dictator, it strikes me as vicious nonsense, George, because first of all, there's no I've been to Hungary under communism, and I've been to Hungary under Viktor Orban. There's no comparison.
Not at all. And in fact, it's anti-democratic when they say that. Viktor Orban was elected over and over again on his platform. He's come out for election again, and he may lose. I mean, there's some serious question about whether he'll win again. If he does, he steps down. That's not authoritarianism, and that has no no similarity to communism. The fact is that the Hungarian people support what he has to say. I've got problems with him. I want him to be closer in relations with Poland and Romania and join the American bloc. But that's his decision as the head of the government. So when they compare him to a communist dictatorship, it is condemning him in spite of the fact that he was legally elected. The foundation of liberal democracy is national self-determination through an election. That's why he's there.
What about you mentioned the closing of newspapers on tax reasons. Are there no opposition newspapers?
Well, everybody, as you've noticed, we have something called the Internet. I'm on the Internet. And the basic news is now flowing on the Internet. So you don't need presses. And as in every country, newspapers have declined in importance. So they are making out what was a technical thing that he didn't decide. The tax people decided. And the newspapers can't survive there. So it's the Internet. And the Hungarian public has full access not only to Hungary's Internet, but the world. So the claim that he's trying to control the news, good luck. And he can't. And he isn't. It's just that those newspapers economically couldn't make it, and some didn't pay their taxes. What could I say? But
what about the charge that he packed the courts?
Well, let me see. Shall we take a look in the United States at the Supreme Court? Who gets what? How many were Democrats? How many Republicans? He didn't pack the courts. He did, however, change the side of the court, which is precisely what the Democratic Party in the United States wants to do.
Right, but hasn't done it yet, and if they did it, we would scream that it was anti-democratic.
Absolutely, and people can scream that. But, what he did was move around the structure of the court. You can oppose it, and you can vote him out of office. And the new party that comes in can reverse what he did. So long as you have a free election, and the new prime minister takes office, and he has the same powers as Orban had, you have liberal democracy.
Okay, so the 64,000 foreign question is, I felt, it's hard for me to say because it's so painful. I felt freer in Budapest than in California. Was I out of my mind?
Well, you're in California. I'm in Texas. I feel good in either place. The basic thing is, the people who criticize him have never walked on a street, Hans Auschwitz, and sit in the cafes and listen to the free talk. There is no sense of fear. There is no sense that they can't say that Viktor Orban is an idiot. There is no... I had an apartment across the street of the parliament. Political groups are demonstrating constantly against the government. So what I say here is that I was perfectly comfortable in Hungary as an American, but more to the point, the attacks on him, and there are a lot of legitimate attacks to make for a politician, they're lies. And I'm going to put it that way. They are creating an image that simply isn't true about him. You can disagree with him, and you can dislike him, and you can vote against him. But you can't claim that he's an authoritarian or a dictator or anything like that. It's just not true.
I asked a Hungarian to show me exactly what you're talking about, examples of anti-Orban Hungarian internet sources. And they just kept showing me, for example, I mean, this was really revelatory. They showed me a picture of done by a left-wing anti-Orban website or magazine website, and it showed Orban with Jewish sidelocks, payas.
Uh-huh.
That was a purely anti-Semitic depiction of Orban, who is accused of being anti-Semitic. I'd love you to comment when we come back. My friends, this is really, really important. Whether you give a hoot about Hungary or not is not the question. There is a man defying the European Union who did not allow all these Middle Easterners in, and they hate him for it, and they lie about him. Don't you get tired of commercials screaming at you to buy gold now with inflated promises on future values? In an unregulated industry, you need honest, real experts to give you solid advice to protect your wealth and top picks on the best coins and bullion based on real-time data and historical trends. For example, as environmental policy becomes a hot topic, one precious metal that's been significantly undervalued for years is potentially set to surge. Nick Grovich, owner of AmFed Coin and Bullion, has long recommended this precious metal. Up to 600,000 ounces of this rare metal will be needed by 2030 to produce green hydrogen. Nick is doubling down on this pick, and you should too. Call Nick at AmFed Coin and Bullion to find out more. I've been friends with Nick for years, and he's my go-to guy when it comes to coins and bullion. I trust him. He is a good and very knowledgeable man. Call Nick at 800-221-7694, 800-221-7694, AmericanFederal.com, AmericanFederal.com. Not one mistake.
Here at Salem Media Group, we're delighted to welcome you back to your old habits and haunts. Nice to see you at our restaurants. We've been waiting a long time for you to return. Nice to see you at the salon, the post office, the flower shop. Nice to see you back in the office. Nice to see all those cars on the freeway again.
Yay! Hello, Bedford Falls!
For over a year, America has been fighting to get back to normal. This Salem radio station has been fighting right alongside you. Now we're back. You're back. It feels so good to be back.
Welcome back to the real.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
On top of the collapse of the commitment to free enterprise represented by the Democratic Party's full embrace of socialism and the passage of a full-on socialist budget by Bernie Sanders in the Senate, after already $4 trillion of spending over 2 years, it will mean $8 trillion of printed money. I was feeling pretty low last night, saying, my gosh, what have we done for 20 years? What have we been fighting for 40 years? If we're just going to be a socialist backwaters country that can't keep our commitments to people we fight for, we pull it, because I began my life with the fall of Southern.
Hi, everybody. Dennis Prager here with George Friedman, who is one of the greatest experts in world affairs I know of, founder and president of Geopolitical Futures, and being Hungarian, born and raised, he's the perfect person in general, and here specifically to talk about Hungary, where I spent some time a couple of weeks ago giving some talks. So, to review, I asked some Hungarians I was with to show me anti-Orban press on the internet, and they just showed me one after another. You didn't need to know Hungarian, which I do not know, in order to see how anti-Orban it is. One of them depicted him as basically Jew-controlled, showing him in Payas, the Jewish sidelocks of the ultra-Orthodox. What's the story with anti-Semitism in Hungary?
Well, there is an anti-Semitic party called Jobbik. It has formed an alliance with a left-wing party, amazingly, and they're running against Orban. Now, Hungary is an Eastern European country. There is an anti-Semitic element. The point is they hate Orban. So the claim is that he is anti-Semitic. I mean, it's crazy. The World Jewish Congress met in Budapest under him. He's not a lover of them. I mean, he is a lover of his country. But he is very friendly, was very friendly with Israel. And there's a right-wing party running against him, and the left is supporting the right-wing party.
Yeah, it was a left-wing magazine that had this picture.
Well, they hate Orban. It is a personal, visceral hatred of him.
So it's analogous to the hatred of Trump here.
Yeah, I think it's very much like that. And it has very little to do with ideology. And if it takes anti-Semitism to take him out of office, they'll do it. And if it takes the accusation of anti-Semitism to take him out of office, they'll do it. But what frustrates the daylight out of him is they can't take him out of office. He keeps winning. In Budapest, there's a lot of opposition to him, big town. In the countryside, where 80% of people are, overwhelmingly popular.
Exactly what I talked about my whole first hour, cities versus non-cities. George Friedman, somebody who wants to get your material goes to geopoliticalfutures.com.
Yes, and there's a lot of free stuff to see.
Thank you, my friend. Or as you will be happy to hear, Kissedim Sepen.
It's always good to be with you.
Thank you. I told him thank you very much in Hungarian. It's one of 6 words I know. A lot of lying about Viktor Orban. Shocking, isn't it? You would think that the left would be committed to truth, but not on this planet.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Remember, I said they're going to borrow and spend a lot of money. Now, when the tax increases come up, this is going to be to borrow and spend enormous amounts of money, force inflation up without addressing even the safety net needs. Forget about defense, which they're not spending any money on either, right?
Right.
And then it's ushering in its chaos, a sort of left-wing flavored chaos. And I think it's because they don't have the votes and they don't really have the plan to do anything else.
Now, you know Joe Biden and you know Bernie Sanders. Is Joe Biden in charge of this, or has Bernie Sanders just been deferred to?
Yeah, I think this is sort of policy by default. What is it we can do that we can tell the activist base they should like? I don't think at the end of the day they're going to be satisfied either, and then we'll do that. I kind of think that's what's happening. I say I'm not trying to, because I don't see any other logic behind it. I mean, again, there are basic needs that need to be addressed in the social safety net system. There's a whole lot of things that need to be done. And then I look at the tax increases. You're right about the death tax. That's going to slam. I chaired the Small Business Committee for 4 years. All it does is make small businesses and farms impossible to pass on the next generation. The last
and
time
houses.
How much money we raised from the death tax? $20 billion a year.
Wow. It's just not worth the candle to destroy the American dream for so many people.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Tucker, you mentioned early here that the country just as a population has nearly tripled since you started in journalism. Can you talk about that? Because you make that point so profoundly earlier that, hey, this country has nearly tripled in size, yet we have like a fraction of the freedom. How did that happen?
Well, one is a product of the other. I mean, big systems don't work very well. Ask anybody who served in the U.S. Army. Every veteran, Vietnam-era veteran, for example, you go over to Vietnam, you fight a ridiculous war, you see people die, you come back, and you still love America. I've never met anyone who served in the military, including my own dad during that time, who doesn't love America, truly love America. But if they're on, every one of them will tell you exactly the same thing, which is, the military is a tough environment as much as, we support it, we love it, because it's just too big. And so the decisions that any big organization makes tend to be, there are a lot of unwise decisions. Maybe they get the biggest things right, but the details are hard to pull off. You can't retain your fine motor skills at scale. You just can't. I mean, it's a well-known, it's basically a physics principle. Many business books have been written about this.
Yes.
So the bigger your country gets, the harder it is to manage, the harder cohesion is to pull off, the more likely you are to destroy the natural environment, for one thing. I mean, there's a reason that, very few people go on vacation in China. They go on vacation in Switzerland or Barbados or small places. Small is better. I feel no threat whatsoever from my local retailer. I see Amazon as a real threat to my freedom. And the difference is not simply because, Jeff Bezos is a worse person than Mr. Kim behind the counter down the street, though he definitely is.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com.
Don't you get tired of commercials screaming at you to buy gold now with inflated promises on future values? In an unregulated industry, you need honest, real experts to give you solid advice to protect your wealth and top picks on the best coins and bullion based on real-time data and historical trends. For example, as environmental policy becomes a hot topic, one precious metal that's been significantly undervalued for years is potentially set to surge. Nick Grovich, owner of AmFed Coin and Bullion, has long recommended this precious metal. Up to 600,000 ounces of this rare metal will be needed by 2030 to produce green hydrogen. Nick is doubling down on this pick, and you should too. Call Nick at AmFed Coin and Bullion to find out more. I've been friends with Nick for years, and he's my go-to guy when it comes to coins and bullion. I trust him. He is a good and very knowledgeable man. Call Nick at 800-221-7694, 800-221-7694, AmericanFederal.com, AmericanFederal.com. Not one mistake.
Here at Salem Media Group, we're delighted to welcome you back to your old habits and haunts. Nice to see you at our restaurants. We've been waiting a long time for you to return. Nice to see you at the salon, the post office, the flower shop. Nice to see you back in the office. Nice to see all those cars on the freeway again.
Yay! Hello, Bedford Falls!
For over a year, America has been fighting to get back to normal. This Salem radio station has been fighting right alongside you. Now we're back. You're back. It feels so good to be back.
Welcome back to the real
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
On top of the collapse of the commitment to free enterprise represented by the Democratic Party's full embrace of socialism and the passage of a full-on socialist budget by Bernie Sanders in the Senate, after already $4 trillion of spending over 2 years, it will mean $8 trillion of printed money. I was feeling pretty low last night, saying, my gosh, what have we done for 20 years? What have we been fighting for 40 years? If we're just going to be a socialist backwaters country that can't keep our commitments to people we fight for, we pull it. Because I began my life with the fall of southern Vietnam, helicopters on the embassy in Saigon. I went to college. I was a sophomore in college when that happened, 1975. And here we are. Kabul will look that way within 30 days. You just realize there's a 1990.
I'm working to remove that idiotic message. There is no pre-recorded material in my show. But I feel duty-bound, because of honesty, to tell you that there was a misleading message. I don't know why. It's broadcast. It's something new. and injurious to my show. So I dislike it, and I hereby affirm that until I can get rid of it. Don't know why it was imposed. I don't know what it represents. Okay. Got that out of my system. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Discussing how the press is dealing with Larry Elder. I've been reading to you from The Guardian in England. I mean, this is an international event. That it may turn out that people will get rid of Gavin Newsom. A true nothing. You know, when Gavin Newsom gathered in the middle of the worst part of the lockdown with his friends maskless at a restaurant, an exceedingly expensive one, perhaps the most expensive one in California, called French Laundry. The issue is not the hypocrisy. Of course it's hypocritical. Nancy Pelosi, in the middle of the lockdown she was for, was videoed entering maskless into a hair salon, getting her hair done in the middle of the lockdown. So you can't get your hair done. You hairdressers can go out of business for all I care, because Nancy Pelosi cares about the middle class as much as I care about badminton. So that's not the issue. The issue is they don't believe what they say. The issue isn't that they're hypocrites. That's the least of their offense. He sat maskless with a bunch of friends because he knew masks are a farce. It is one of the gigantic lies of our time that masks matter. Science provides zero evidence that masks help. It's a gigantic fraud. Fauci knows it. Fauci said it, not just publicly. Slate, of all places, reported that the Freedom of Information Act revealed he kept saying masks are useless while he, quote unquote, changed his mind from his original statement that masks are useless. Do you understand that the virus is so much smaller than the holes in the mask? Is that not obvious to you that that's the issue? Surgeons wear special masks, and they wear them during surgery, lest the blood pop up into them and infect them, lest something drop from them into an open body. That's it. Not because of virus. Putting masks on children is so deleterious. According to a study I read to you from, let me see if I have it right in front of me. Children born during pandemic have lower IQs, U.S. study says. This study was from Brown University, by the way, one of the most left-wing of all the left-wing universities. What we have done to children for no good reason, for only stupid reasons, is beyond belief. And then the medical community comes out and tells us that in the middle of the pandemic, but protesting against racial injustice, that's a health benefit, so you don't have to be masked then. Medical community as a community is as fraudulent as any other community. Period. End of issue. Sad, but you should be a grown-up and take bad news. Masks. And now this incredible, unprecedented pressure forcing people who do not want to take a vaccination that has 1 year of experience, a brand new type of vaccination, mRNA. They don't want their children to get it. They don't want their daughters to get it, especially because it might, I don't say it will, it might affect some of their pregnancies later. You can't enter a store. You can't enter any building with other people. And if you are vaccinated, you still have to wear a mask? And you got to get a booster shot? When all along there were therapeutics? Cheap, $1 a dose therapeutics like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and zinc, and now others as well. That the medical community did not even try that? That there are doctors who give you the gigantic idiocy that, hey, you know, there might be bad side effects to ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, 50 years being used safely by tens or hundreds of millions of people around the world? And your doctor has the audacity to say that might have a side effect, but the vaccine not? There's a doctor you should drop. I'm reading to you from the Guardian piece about how they describe Larry Elder. If the recall is successful, Newsom, a largely popular governor who won office by capturing a greater share of the vote than any other Democrat in state history, would be replaced by a fringe candidate whose extreme views don't even capture most of the state's Republican base. It would be a complete shock to California politics, Professor Taylor said. He's repeatedly claimed that black people are more prone to crime and violence than other demographic groups. They all say this. This is what they all say. Elder, how could you vote for this guy? He repeatedly claimed that black people are more prone to crime and violence than other demographic groups. Typical of The Guardian and every source on the left, they never ask, is it true? They ask, is it racially sensitive? They ask, is it woke? But they never ask, is it true? Yes or no? If Larry Elder is lying, he should not be running for dog catcher. If he is telling the truth, The Guardian should go out of business. There should be draconian consequences to one of them. Either Larry Elder is a consummate anti-black liar, or The Guardian is a consummate left-wing liar. And the LA Times. They all say he fudges this and lies about disproportionate black involvement in violent crime. But they never, ever say it isn't true. They imply it's not true because they don't give a damn about truth at the LA Times, and I swear to God I believe that. Truth is not an LA Times or New York Times or Guardian value. Wokeness is making the case that America is a cesspool. That's what they are in business to do, not tell you the truth. The whole 1619 project was a lie. Larry Elder has the courage to state there is a serious problem. Of course, blacks are disproportionately involved in violent crime. That's a fact, as the earth is round is a fact. And if it isn't, I should not be broadcasting. Okay? Let's get it clear. Either I'm lying to you or the Times is lying to you, the Guardian is lying to you, the Washington Post is lying to you, and CNN is lying to you. One of us is lying. Is that clear? Elder and I, or all of the media? Well, the answer is all the media lie. They lie with the ease with which you read their lies. Okay? Larry Elder is a smoking gun of the cesspool that the media are. He has repeatedly claimed that black people are more prone to crime and violence than other demographic groups. Is it true, Guardian, or not true, Guardian? The radio hosts right-wing views and his repeated deliberate bending of truth and statistics to support his views on crime and policing. They never give an example, ever, of his bending. What is it? Bending the truth. Give an example. They never do, because he doesn't. Every day, almost every day, I show you how lying is part of the left. It is part of its fabric. At some point, it's got to have an impact.
Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I think it's a very crafty strategy. It's the reverse of the Reagan strategy. Expand the entitlement culture to the point that it bankrupts the United States and we have to withdraw from the world.
But I mean, look, the interest on the federal debt last year was about, I think, about $380 billion, with treasuries at 2%. Right. So what happens when the Fed jacks up interest rates, as they will, in order to fight inflation? So if it goes to 4%, it's going to cost us another $400 billion to service the debt. The entire discretionary budget is about what, 1.7 trillion? So that's more than a quarter of the entire discretionary budget.
Yeah, I had a senior Trump administration official tell me last night, the only way out will be to devalue the currency. You get to do that once, and you're no longer the reserve currency.
They're going to debase. Well, it is debasing the currency. This is, I think, to show that they can do something big and beat the Republicans. I mean, I don't want to be uncharitable. And yeah, there's a lot of bad policies. You've talked about the death tax, and you're right. They're eliminating work for all these welfare programs. So we're going to be treated to millions and millions of able-bodied people getting all this, these benefits and not working because it doesn't make any sense for them to work. I mean,
it's economically rational to stay home, especially when they extended the rent moratorium. They screwed small landlords everywhere in the United States, but they also increased the incentive not to go back to work. You don't have a rent bill to pay.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com. Trending now on America First with Sebastian Gorka.
Let's talk about something that's not superb, and that's Sasha, don't call me Mr. Vindman, and his flip-flops and his posing around with, oh, hang on, I've got it here. It's Arnold.
Screw your freedom.
Schwarzenegger. This is radio, Kurt. You got to do more than give me his face.
Well, you want me to say FCC compliant, don't you?
You can try. Yes, try. Please try to not say those 7 naughty words.
Well, look, I find it a massive embarrassment that a former governor of our biggest state in the union casually dismisses freedom the way this guy does. It shows he has a basic misunderstanding of the concept. Maybe he needs to go back and reread his citizenship study materials, because freedom is the most important thing. I find it remarkable that I have to repeat on Twitter, to the consternation of liberals, that why, yes, my rights are more important than your life and my life, because hundreds of thousands of Americans have died for their rights. There are always people, Dr. Gorka, who are willing to allow you to live as a serf. They will allow you to continue to live as long as you obey them and disenfranchise yourself and give up your rights. You will probably be able to live. Not always. Sometimes they'll just murder you because they want to. As if you dip your toe into liberal Twitter, you'll see that's one of their hot fantasies. But the fact is.
A reminder, the Jewish High Holy Days are coming up, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and I will, for about the 15th year out of 16, I didn't COVID year, I will be conducting major services. People of all backgrounds attend if you'd like to attend and have something truly meaningful. A truly meaningful and rationally meaningful experience. Just send me an email and I will give you information about attending. It's in the, it'll be in the Valley in the LA area. Those of you anywhere else on Earth, it will be carried live by Zoom, or not by Zoom, live on salemnow.com. So, just want you to know about that. It's PragerU fundraising month, August, and I have a different guest each day that is part of PragerU, usually a member of Prager Force, one of the college-age, high school-age young people. I have a mom on, a PragerU kid's mom, Jody Esponda. She's in Southern California, mother of 4. They're homeschooled, and PragerU is a critical part of their education. Is that all correct, Jody?
That is absolutely correct, Dennis.
Well, thank you for coming on the show. And
my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
How old are your kids?
My kids are 18, 15, 12, and 7.
And do you have a husband?
I do. An amazing husband. His name is Rick.
Would Rick have been able to rattle off their ages as quickly as you did?
I'm pretty sure he would, although he might have hesitated just a little bit.
I have 2 kids, and I have to figure it out by the year of their birth. I do a lot of subtraction when I'm asked the ages of my kids. So you're, first of all, on the homeschooling, which I passionately advocate, how intimidating is it to start?
I think it can be incredibly intimidating, unfortunately, because I think a lot of people are of the mindset that they have to have some degree in elementary or secondary education, which is totally not true. I actually do. I have a California teaching credential, but tons of my friends homeschool probably better than I do, and not having had a formal education in it. So, unfortunately, yeah, it is very intimidating, but I get the opportunity to talk to a lot of potential homeschooling parents and really put their minds at ease that they can do it.
So the intimidation is self-induced, not real.
I think so. I do think there is some external intimidation by, family members, friends, educators telling them that, they're in over their heads or, what are their qualifications. But I really think that being a loving, caring, interested parent is all the qualifications we need.
Did your kids generally meet with other kids, or was it just them?
Well, unfortunately, over this weird last year and a half,
Yeah, all right. Putting COVID aside.
Yes, no, absolutely. We meet with people regularly. I have lots of friends who homeschool. There are tons of resources now for homeschooling families, lots of in-person classes, organizations that can help you with the paperwork and the planning and just everything that
So what is a parent who knows the horrible risks of sending their kid to a regular school, private or public? What would their first step be in putting their toes into the homeschooling lake?
Oh gosh, thankfully in Southern California, and I really think in the rest of the country, there are so many resources. So I think first of all, reaching out to anyone in their communities who's already homeschooling and pick their brains about it.
Yeah, that would be a hope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. So how did PragerU help your kids?
Oh, my goodness. Well, we've been watching the PragerU videos for years. And whenever I come across a section in our curriculum that just really doesn't do something justice, I think, well, there's got to be a PragerU video about that. So we've watched tons of those in that regard. Then I learned about PragerU Prep, the PragerU resources for educators and parents, when Jill Simonian was on your fireside chat. And I decided right away I needed to be part of that. And so I joined that. And probably the most valuable part of that is the private discussion forum that we're allowed to be part of when we're PrEP members. And I've just been amazed with the responses from other people about how they're standing up to their leftist agendas in their schools and their governments, and just the incredible encouragement and support and help from the other members.
I want to just tell my listeners, we are creating a beautiful counterculture at PragerU, and PrEP is an example of that, the resources for educators and parents. So it does my heart good to hear you, because now you are getting what I believe is instrumental to a happy life. You're apparently finding kindred spirits.
Yes. Thankfully, my husband and I have a lot of kindred spirits, and really PrEP, for sure, has helped my kids to see that even though we feel like a minority in Los Angeles County in their conservative beliefs, there really are, tens of millions in our country alone who think like we do. And so I think it's really encouraging my kids in that way as well.
So what do you do exactly? So the kids watch a PragerU video. Do they then have to write their reactions to it, a synopsis, discuss it? What do you do afterwards?
Sometimes they do, and on PrEP there are study guides that go along with the PragerU 5-minute videos. There are a lot of other book lists and essay prompts and things. We do it a variety of ways. Sometimes they write about it. Sometimes we just talk about it. Sometimes we find other resources that might have other viewpoints and discuss about the differences and why there are differences between them. It really depends on the kid and their age.
Well, you are a joy. Have we ever met?
We have, actually. You wouldn't remember it, but my husband and I will never forget. We went to go see your Christians United for Israel event in 2009, and we actually met you in line at Chipotle at the Washington Dulles Airport.
No kidding.
Really. You were so kind and so interested in us. You asked us all kinds of questions, and you called your wife over and introduced us to her. It was really a wonderful thing that, like I said, we'll never forget.
Well, I hope I meet you a third time.
Oh, thank you.
God bless you and your family. Please help PragerU. It's all free, folks. It's a big, big way to help this country. PragerU.com, 833 PragerU. Back in a moment.
This is Albert Mohler for Townhall.com. The editorial board of the Los Angeles Times has put forward a horrifyingly honest argument about abortion. The headline it ran was this: the right to an abortion means the right to have it for any reason. They intend for abortion to be available for any reason, at any time, or for no reason. Their focus was a law passed in 2017 by the legislature in Ohio, a law that seeks to prevent abortion on the grounds that the unborn baby has been diagnosed with Down syndrome. The editorial board of the Los Angeles Times is saying that it is wrong to try to protect unborn babies that are diagnosed with Down syndrome by such a law. Why is it wrong? Because, says the editorial board, it interferes with what is a greater good than human dignity in the womb. And that means a woman's absolute autonomy, and what the paper claims is her constitutional right to destroy the life within her. Like I said, this editorial is honest. It's also horrifying. I'm Albert Mohler.
Publicpolicy.pepperdine.edu. Trending now on America First with Sebastian Gorka.
This is really it's crucially important. The lessons of the last 20 years is that we are peerless. Our military when it comes to the application of military force at the tactical or even operational level, has no match in the world, especially Operation Anaconda. The October 2001 operation, when we went in there with just a couple of hundred CIA paramilitaries and guys from Delta and from Bragg, and we leveraged 21,000 members of the Northern Alliance, and we took down the Taliban government. That was textbook. Nobody, not even Julius Caesar, not Napoleon, could do it better. But since then, at the strategic level, Kurt, it's been a disaster.
It's been an utter disaster, and frankly, I'm worried about the tactical level. I'm worried that whether or not we still maintain the tactical capabilities that we need for high-intensity combat operations against peer-level competitors like the Chinese, especially, and I write about this in my Monday Town Hall column, Dr. Gorka, especially when you look at the Navy. For nearly 70 years, it has glided on the legacy of the military triumphs in the Pacific theater over the Japanese. And we relied on, we consoled ourselves saying, well, you know, the Chinese technology is getting better. They're getting more and more ships, but we have a naval tradition. You know what? So did the Carthaginians. Okay, the Romans had no navy until they found a Carthaginian warship that had run aground. They copied it, they trained, and they beat the hell out of Carthage. You can find Roman ruins, can't find any Carthaginian ruins.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe today at rumble.com. Trending now on The Larry Elder Show.
Essentially, that's inflation. Too many dollars chasing too few goods. This from Reuters. Tyson Foods Incorporated cannot increase prices for chicken and prepared foods fast enough to keep pace with rising costs for raw materials like grain due to Bidenflation. Bidenflation. Say it with me. Tyson increased their prices to their restaurant customers, and you're thinking like, okay, so what? I don't care if they increase it to their restaurant customers. That's for people that are going out. We're not going out to eat anymore. It's not going to affect us. Aha.
Hi, everybody. Dennis Prager here. Can I go to the line there? We're all good? We'll find out in a moment. Not yet. All right. Any moment now. We're going to... nope, not working. We're trying to get Governor Elder on. Sounds good to me. I've been reading to you how Larry Elder has been covered. The dishonesty, which is endemic to the left. They make these charges, and there's no backing of it. They just make charges. Larry manipulates facts. They don't show a single fact that he's manipulated. They charge him with making claims which happen to be true, but they charge him as if the claims are not true. And that's what I've been reading to you. See, here's another one. That was from The Guardian. This is from the Los Angeles Times. I'm black. Larry Elder is a clear and present danger. Did you know that there was actually a piece about him as the black face of white supremacy. This was in the Los Angeles Times. The black face of white supremacy, which not only tells you all you need to know about the Los Angeles Times, but it tells you all you need to know about the charge of white supremacy. What does it mean, a black is the face of white supremacy. We never get a definition in any event of white supremacy. White supremacy is teaching that the nuclear family is ideal. White supremacy is teaching that you should be, that you should be able to answer math questions objectively. And, okay, so Larry won't be able to be on today. We'll have him on tomorrow. It's not an issue. It's a meaningless term. We're living in a make-believe universe. I'm trying to make that clear every day with all the abilities that I have at my command. So this woman, this Erica D. Smith, who wrote about I believe she's the one who wrote about his being the black face of white supremacy. In her piece, she quotes Melina Abdullah, co-founder of Black Lives Matter in L.A. Now, Black Lives Matter is a hate group. It is nothing more than a hate group. And obviously an ability to have at least one of its leaders get very rich. He is a danger, a clear and present danger. Yes, he's a clear and present danger to Black Lives Matter, to the LA Times, to the left. Perhaps out of spite or perhaps out of an insatiable need for attention, Elder opposes every single public policy idea that's supported by black people to help black people. This has been true for decades, but it's particularly problematic given the racial reckoning following the murder of George Floyd. We have been having a series of real uncomfortable discussions about systemic racism in institutions across the state, said State Senator Sidney Kamlager, Democrat, Los Angeles, about how to really peel back the layers of ignorance and ineptitude so that we can deal with them in very real ways. And Larry Elder is someone who just fundamentally doesn't believe that systemic racism exists. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. They got that right. He doesn't believe that. I don't believe it either. It's it's a tremendous lie. Yeah. So he opposes public policy ideas that are supported by most blacks. That is true. So therefore what? So does that make the ideas good ideas? Is that how we measure whether an idea is good? We take a vote on it? We take a vote on laws. I agree with that. We take a vote on politicians. I agree with that. But is that how we assess whether something is a good idea or not? Most whites in the South supported Jim Crow laws. Did that make Jim Crow laws a good thing? The fact that a majority of any racial group or of any group believes something doesn't mean it's right. It just means that a majority might be right or a majority might be wrong. Really? Has the welfare state been a boon to black life? The black family was stronger than the white family in the 1930s. What happened? What happened? The answer begins with D, Democrats. Nerve Renew is a product I actually approached to advertise on my show, and by golly, they said yes. And it's been a phenomenal success, as it was with my feet. Tingling and all that stuff for much of my life. It's congenital. I got inserts that worked, took Nerve Renew for a year, threw away the inserts. Give it a try, 2 weeks for free, and for a whole year, a money-back guarantee. Try nerverenew.com.
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Tucker, you mentioned early here that the country just as a population has nearly tripled since you started in journalism. Can you talk about that? Because you make that point so profoundly earlier that, hey, this country has nearly tripled in size, yet we have like a fraction of the freedom. How did that happen?
Well, one is a product of the other. I mean, big systems don't work very well. Ask anybody who served in the U.S. Army. You know, every veteran, Vietnam era veteran, for example, you go over to Vietnam, you fight a ridiculous war, you see people die, you come back, and you still love America. I've never met anyone who served in the military, including my own dad during that time, who doesn't love America, truly love America. But if they're on, every one of them will tell you exactly the same thing, which is, the military is a tough environment as much as, we support it, we love it, because it's just too big. And so the decisions that any big organization makes tend to be, there are a lot of unwise decisions. Maybe they get the biggest things right, but the details are hard to pull off. You can't retain your fine motor skills at scale. You just can't. I mean, it's a well-known, it's basically a physics principle. Many business books have been written about this.
Yes.
So the bigger your country gets, the harder it is to manage, the harder cohesion is to pull off, the more likely you are to destroy the natural environment, for one thing. I mean, there's a reason that, very few people go on vacation in China. They go on vacation in Switzerland or Barbados or small places. Small is better. I feel no threat whatsoever from my local retailer. I see Amazon as a real threat to my freedom. And the difference is not simply because, Jeff Bezos is a worse person than Mr. Kim behind the counter down the street, though he definitely is.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe on YouTube and at rumble.com.
Don't you get tired of commercials screaming at you to buy gold now with inflated promises on future values? In an unregulated industry, you need honest, real experts to give you solid advice to protect your wealth and top picks on the best coins and bullion based on real-time data and historical trends. For example, as environmental policy becomes a hot topic, one precious metal that's been significantly undervalued for years is potentially set to surge. Nick Rovich, owner of AmFed Coin and Bullion, has long recommended this precious metal. Up to 600,000 ounces of this rare metal will be needed by 2030 to produce green hydrogen. Nick is doubling down on this pick, and you should too. Call Nick at AmFed Coin and Bullion to find Hey, yes, indeed. Good to be with you, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, my first hour was a biggie. Devoted an hour to my reactions to being in Berks County, Pennsylvania this past weekend, and how much I loved it, and how different it is from the Philadelphia area, and the whole issue of the destructive nature of big cities. You take Seattle out of Washington, San Francisco and L.A. out of California, Philadelphia out of Pennsylvania, New York City out of New York State, Chicago out of Illinois. You've got a much better place to live. Bad ideas come from big cities. Nothing to do with race, nothing to do with ethnicity. Big cities produce bad stuff. Well, indeed. So I've been reading to you the way the press covers Larry Elder here. Los Angeles, California, Taylor, hello.
Dennis?
That's me. Well, that is I, actually.
Yeah, thank you. I'm coming out as a conservative for the first time. My name's Taylor, and I am a stand-up comedian and a painter out here in Los Angeles, and it's getting rough out here as far as the crowds.
Go ahead. What color are you?
I am white. I'm a white 38-year-old man.
Oh, you got everything going against you.
I have nothing. I have performed all my life, but I'm about to move out of L.A. just because I'm trying to find a crowd. With painting, I can show up to work whenever I want, but with comedy, there has to be a crowd there, and I can't take it in here anymore. The crowds are dumb. I used to work at the most famous comedy club on the planet, but then they started mandating vaccines, and yeah, I'm out of there.
Where are you going to move?
I'm thinking Texas.
Makes sense. Are you married?
Yeah. About to be.
Good. That's a good move.
Yeah. And by the way, Dennis, thank you for everything that you do.
That's very sweet of you. You're welcome. Good luck to you. I'd like to hear from you in 6 months and see how it's going. It may be impossible to stay in California for some of us. What has happened in the Western world, and indeed in much of the world, certainly in the West and certainly in America, and worse even in Australia and New Zealand, is that people have accepted a complete loss of liberty in the name of safety. That's it. If you just say safety, people say you can lock me down. You can prohibit me from working. You can prohibit me from visiting my dying parent. People accepted the prohibition of being with a dying parent. So this has been rarely covered, but it is one of the great moral scandals of my life, that the medical profession was so callous to human suffering. I'm not surprised. I don't expect one whit more of wisdom or decency from doctors than I do from plumbers or architects or chiropractors or anything else. But the acceptance by people of it, I would have smashed down the doors of the hotel. I would have been arrested. I know that. But at least I'd want my dying relative to know that I was arrested trying to visit them. It was sheer cruelty. And people accepted it. Most people in Australia are not violating the law, that they can't go anywhere. They're allowed out for a few minutes of exercise, like a prisoner in solitary confinement. What did they find? One case in New South Wales? Was that it? That's a whole state, New South Wales. Sydney is in it. There you go, big city. So I expect stupidity to come from it. Hard for me to believe that the people are quite as decent in Sydney as in Darwin. Just to cite another example. Been to Darwin. Tough city to be nice in. It's so hot. In the name of safety, people have been willing to forego the most elementary rights of life. And then including speech. They're okay with Twitter shutting down doctors who speak about the benefits of therapeutics. Had we tried ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, zinc, vitamin D the whole time, I personally believe that at least 100,000 Americans who died wouldn't have died. That the medical profession preferred ventilators to ivermectin will be one day regarded as a scandal, but we're not there yet. You need a free press, which Twitter, Google, Facebook, YouTube do not support. Did you hear me? They don't support a free press. I mean, there are still some survivors. Obviously, I'm broadcasting. I acknowledge that. but to the extent possible, they shut you down. All you need to say is safety, and virtually every country says fine. Sweden was the one exception. Yeah, I'll keep my kids from other kids for a year. I'll put my 2-year-old in a mask because you said it's safety. Back in a moment.
Trending now on the Eric Metaxas Show.
I have campaign expenditure limitations. Gavin Newsom does not. He can raise and spend an unlimited amount of money. And shortly after it was obvious I was going to get into the race, the union, SEIU union, gave him $5 million for the anti-recall side. And just a couple of days ago, the teachers union, the largest funder of his campaign, gave him an additional $1.8 million. It is estimated he's going to raise a minimum of $50 million, maybe as much as $75 million to defeat me. You were praising my courage. Let me just say something about that. I get that a lot, and I have to push back because I'm not storming the beaches of Normandy. Unlike my father, I was never a Marine. Unlike my older brother, I was never a member of the Navy. Like my little brother, I was never a member of the Army. I did not serve. And about all the things I've ever done in my life, that's probably the thing that I regret the most, that I didn't give back a few years to my country. So this is a small sacrifice. I'm losing a little bit of money, well, actually a lot of money compared to my net worth. And of course, nobody's lived a pure life, and anything and everything I've ever done will be exposed and will be twisted. And I know that I'll be assuming that. But this is a small price to pay for a country that I love so much and for a state that I love so much.
Well, you know, that's why you are who you are. You have perspective. You're talking about your father. You've been on this program before talking about your father. And when you've lived that kind of a life and you see what real sacrifice looks like, it's natural for you to do things that other people say, well, that's brave or that's heroic. You just think, well, what are you talking about? This is basic stuff. I've been living in a country that allowed me to succeed and to say what I want. How can I not fight for that? And again, I think sometimes things have to get very bad before people finally wake up.
Keep up with what's trending. Subscribe today at rumble.com. Trending now on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I think it's a very crafty strategy. It's the reverse of the Reagan strategy. Expand the entitlement culture to the point that it bankrupts the United States and we have to withdraw from the world.
But I mean, look, the interest on the federal debt last year was about $380 billion, with treasuries at 2%, right? So what happens when the Fed jacks up interest rates, as they will, in order to fight inflation? So if it goes to 4%, it's going to cost us another $400 billion to service the debt. The entire discretionary budget is about what, 1.7 trillion? So that's more than a quarter of the entire discretionary.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dennis Prager, reflecting on life. I told you I was in Pennsylvania this weekend after the cigar night in Chicago. And thanks to all the guys at Wind, it was a very successful evening, as they all are. So I spent a fair amount of time talking to a group of young men. I had some of them on my show about 5 years ago. No, three, maybe, I don't know, between 3 and 5 years ago, broadcasting from Philadelphia, from my Philadelphia station. And they're all ex-addicts, usually alcohol, some drugs. The wisdom of these guys, all of them under 30, the wisdom was breathtaking. Their understanding of life, thanks to the AA and the big book. I knew nothing about AA and learned a great deal on the radio show, since so many of you have been or are in AA. I hope still are. I don't care how many years you're sober. I still hope you're attending meetings. And people who's have a loved one who's in AA. And I said many years ago, based on your calls, I believe there's more wisdom in AA than at Harvard. And I don't say things to be cute. I say things because I believe them to be true. I am certain now I don't believe that to be true. And one of them, I asked them all, and I'm going to have them on the show again if I broadcast from Philly. So when do you turn your life around? I mean, when does an addict decide, I want to turn my life around? And he had a brilliant answer. He said something to the effect, when you stop blaming others. Wow. It took my breath away. That was the key to sobriety. When you stop blaming others for your problems. And I said, wow. That can be applied to this nation. What is the message of the left to every non-white, to every female? Blame others for your problems. And we'll never have national sobriety until we stop. I'm Dennis Prager. The Dennis Prager Show, live from the Relief Factor Pain-Free
Trending now on the Charlie Kirk Show.